good idea.
Not the wrong one. Mark's going to send it out. I'm glad somebody's looking.
Okay. Committee will please come to order. The chair now calls up H.R. 5320, Assistance, Quality, and Affordability Act of 2010. And without objection, this bill will be considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes himself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute, and the clerk will report that amendment. Before you do that, we're going to take up H.R. 5320, which I've already called up. Then we'll move to 4805, the formaldehyde standards for composite wood products. The 5381, the Motor Vehicle Safety Act, and then H.R. 4451, the Collinsville Renewable Energy Promotion Act. Clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5320 offered by Mr. Waxman. Strike all after the enactment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I'm pleased to offer this amendment in the nature of a substitute. This amendment reflects the bipartisan agreement that Mr. Barton and I have reached. It improves this important legislation, and I thank Mr. Barton for all his very hard work on this amendment. The Aqua Act will work to ensure that public water systems deliver safe, affordable drinking water to the American people while creating jobs and prioritizing financially sound investments in our water infrastructure. This bill has strong support from stakeholders across the board: rural and metropolitan water systems, state drinking water administrators, civil engineers, labor unions, water technology researchers, and environmental groups. These groups have been brought together because this legislation would provide much-needed investment in our water infrastructure, focus on projects that make long-term sense, pay down the debt we are running on our infrastructure needs, and serve the water systems most in need. The substitute I'm offering makes technical and substantive changes. And let me summarize the non-technical changes in the substitute for the members briefly. First and foremost, we've included changes to address concerns raised at subcommittee about the quality of the scientific data produced under the endocrine disruptor screening program. And I thank my colleagues, Mr. Markey and Dr. Burgess, for working to ensure that the data produced through this program meet criteria for scientific validity. Also in that section, we've made small changes to clarify that the requirements in this legislation apply only to substances that may be found in drinking water, and to allow the administrator to revise testing protocols under the endocrine disruptor screening program in order to minimize animal testing. The other very significant change in this amendment is in the authorization of appropriations. The authorization is now limited to 3 years and represents a more gradual increase. A change in the disadvantaged community section will ensure transparency in the development of affordability criteria by states by requiring states to consider public comments on public comments on their methodology for identifying disadvantaged communities. The relevant institutional and economic factors, the state strategy for addressing the needs of identified communities. A small change has been made in the priority and weight section to recognize that corrosion prevention and mitigation are important to the sustainability of our drinking water infrastructure, and that states may wish to give greater weight to systems undertaking such activities. And I thank my colleague, Ms. Sutton, for her work to highlight the costs and environmental implications of infrastructure corrosion. Lastly, a new section has been added to address the drinking water needs in the territories. Currently, the administrator is only authorized to reserve 1/3 of 1% of the appropriated funds for the territories, despite the fact that the EPA EPA has found infrastructure needs in the territories to be around the same level as several states. This amendment would enable the administrator to reserve up to 1% of the appropriated funds, and I thank my colleague, Ms. Christensen, for her work on this issue. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, to cut our long-term infrastructure costs, jumpstart our jobs in our construction and manufacturing sectors, and ensure safe and affordable drinking water for the American people. Mr. Barton, I'm going to recognize you for.
Thank you, Chairman Waxman. I rise in support of the Chairman's substitute, manager's amendment in the nature of a substitute. As you've just indicated, this is the result of a bipartisan negotiation that's been ongoing for the last several weeks between yourself and myself and several members on both sides of the aisle, plus the relevant committee staff. It does reflect a meeting in the middle on several key issues. You've highlighted some of them. I want to reiterate that this is now a 3-year authorization bill at $4.8 billion cumulatively over the 3-year period. I think that is a very fair compromise. I think it meets the Republicans' request that we have an authorization level that's based on existing authority with enough of an increase to provide some additional funds that those on your side think are very necessary. So we're very supportive of that. You mentioned the Burgess language on verifiability and sound science. That is in the manager's amendment. Both sides have worked to clarify the exact intent of that. The result is something that I think will help at the EPA level and the outsider stakeholder level, but will also help make sure that if the EPA does think something needs to be regulated, it will be regulated on the basis of the best available science and the science that is verifiable. That's a win-win for the consumer and a win-win for the taxpayer. So, Mr. Chairman, we do support the manager's amendment in the nature of a substitute. We do think it's fair. We think it is good public policy. We will support it in committee, and we will support it on the floor, and I will encourage Republican leadership to encourage all Republicans to support it when this bill goes to the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Barton. Mr. Markey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. And first, I would like to thank you for your leadership, Mr. Barton, Mr. Upton, and all the other members who have worked so hard on this legislation to craft such a thoughtful piece of legislation. This amendment keeps in place the main principles of H.R. 5320, which has been endorsed and supported by a number of groups and for which we heard very favorable testimony at the subcommittee hearing a few weeks ago. Chairman Waxman and I worked diligently with our friends on the other side of the aisle to address a number of concerns they raised at the hearing and at subcommittee markup last week, particularly in making crystal clear that the endocrine disruptor screening program does not create a new regulatory paradigm for EPA. In response to this concern, the manager's amendment strikes all reference to regulatory actions. This change, combined with provisions that explicitly state that nothing in this bill alters EPA's regulatory authority, makes crystal clear that the endocrine screening endocrine disruptor screening program is just that, screening and not regulation. There have also been changes made to the endocrine disruptor screening language in response to concerns raised by the minority that the language does not specify the quality of information that EPA should base its decisions on. The manager's amendment creates a new subsection that explicitly draws from Dr. Burgess's amendment offered in subcommittee last week and lays out some of the criteria that constitutes valid scientific data, ensuring that EPA's tests are designed to produce valid data. The changes also include language instructing EPA to use the best data available when deciding which chemicals should be screened first under this program. And lastly, the manager's amendment makes a number of other technical changes to ensure that EPA gives consideration to new tests that reduce the number of animals used in the program, focus the program on the protection of public health, and make transparent the source and use of scientific information. And finally, we have also agreed to temporarily remove the provisions related to the conditions under which EPA can accelerate the testing of substances, and we have all agreed to continue to work on this provision as the bill moves forward in order to ensure that EPA bases its decisions on valid science. Again, I'd like to congratulate Mr. Waxman and Mr. Barton, and thank my subcommittee ranking member, Mr. Upton, and Dr. Burgess for their work on this legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Chair wishes to recognize members who seek to either speak on this or to offer an amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute. Mr. Upton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank you and Mr. Barton. We had not only a hearing on the Safe Drinking Water Act, but in the markup we expressed particularly our concern on this side of the aisle as it related to the cost. And we're very happy with the reduction that you all made, which means that we don't have to force amendments not only through here, but also on the House floor. I think it's a very good bill. We look forward to supporting it. You're working with Dr. Burgess as well on the science aspect of it is a very good step forward, and this bill should pass and get to the floor soon. We appreciate your bipartisan spirit.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Who else seeks recognition? Mr. Rush?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
It's Rush 02. Rush 02.
Okay, we have it. Sorry. Amendment offered by Mr. Rush of Illinois. At the end of the bill, add the following
Without
new section.
objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 5 minutes.
I want to thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank Chairman Markey, Ranking Member Barton, and Ranking Member Upton for your leadership and for your assistance with this amendment. The amendment that I am offering today would simply give the EPA 12 months after the date of this act to issue a final rule requiring public water systems and state agencies to submit all of compliance monitoring data to EPA electronically. With this complete set of data, EPA can make better decisions about proper notification or the need for additional follow-up activity as appropriate. This comprehensive data report will also allow EPA to identify trends that might lead to non-compliance of drinking water violations that might lead to increased risk to public safety. Mr. Chairman, it is imperative that we establish clear channels of responsibility and accountability for when public health is at risk due to violations of federal drinking water standards. Currently, the rules governing EPA data collection predate the advent of the Internet, so that current guidelines prevent the agency from receiving timely information even when there is danger to public safety. From conversations between my office and with the committee, we know that EPA has already began to work on new reporting standards. So giving them 12 months after the date of enactment should provide them with ample time to come up with new rules to protect the public health. This amendment, along with the new inspection and enforcement standards that were incorporated into the manager's mark, will allow EPA to update their system to gather accurate and timely data collection so that they're able to act more effectively, especially when the public's health is at risk. While EPA has the statutory authority to inform the public of potential health concerns due to water quality violations, what we have learned is that EPA was not receiving current data because of antiquated rules, systems, and data collection requirements. By adopting this amendment, Mr. Chairman, in conjunction with the new enforcement requirements in the underlying bill, no longer will health violations go unreported or unchecked by the agencies that are the last line in protecting the public health. Additionally, by adopting this amendment, the public can rest assured that within 12 months of this bill becoming law, there will be clear rules governing the frequency, the number, and the type of additional follow-up inspections required by EPA and state agencies once violations have been flagged, depending on the seriousness of potentially adverse health risks. This provision will allow our federal and state EPA agencies to receive the necessary information, including potentially dangerous health violations, in a timely manner so that we can protect the public trust and the public welfare, which is our greatest responsibility. Mr. Chairman, again, I want to thank you for working with my office over the past year to ensure that the horrific abuse of public trust that we witnessed in my district in the village of Crestwood, Illinois, would not be repeated in other communities around the nation. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Rush. Mr. Barton.
Mr. Chairman, in the beginning, I'm going to be an agnostic on this. I want to just express a concern and enter into a colloquy with you and Chairman Rush. Far be it for me to defend the Environmental Protection Agency. Having said that, I think it's a little bit over the top to flatly tell them that they have to establish this rule and they have to do it within 12 months. I'm not at all opposed to electronic reporting. I think it's a good thing, not a bad thing. But this is so coercive. My question is, wouldn't we do about as well if we simply amended this language to encourage them to establish the rule and then require a report back to the Congress within 12 months of their progress, and then if they're not progressing as we want, then maybe be more mandatory? This seems to me to just be a little bit preemptory and coercive. And again, I'm not opposed to the concept here, but this does seem to be more directive than we normally are. I would yield to either the full committee or the subcommittee chairman for their comments.
Well, yield to me.
I'll yield to Chairman Wax.
Under existing law, if there's a violation at a water system, EPA gets a copy of the public notice sent out to customers. That's all EPA gets. And they do not receive at EPA comprehensive compliance data or even data indicating the extent of the violation. A system could violate a standard by 1% or 1,000%, and the information coming to EPA might look exactly the same. So it's hard to see how EPA can play a full role in enforcement and in protecting people from contamination in drinking water without that information. What Mr. Rush's amendment does is I think, a helpful addition to the enforcement provisions included in the legislation by requiring electronic submission of compliance monitoring data to EPA to speed up reporting, provide consistency, and ensure that EPA has the information it needs to protect the American people. I know this came up because of an incident with Crestwood, but I think it's a useful information. I don't think it's particularly.
Let me ask, if I could reclaim my time. Sure. Let me ask another question. Has this amendment been shown to the EPA, and do they support its inclusion in the bill?
Well,
Yeah.
the answer is yes.
They do support its inclusion.
Yes, they do.
All right. Yeah. Well, if you've shown it to the EPA and they want to be told what to do and when to do it, far be it from me to defend when they don't want to be defended. So,
Mr. Chairman, I just want to add, and I know that the ranking member is really protective of the EPA.
I know
and we appreciate you.
It's heartwarming, isn't it?
But They were very gracious, and they were also celebratory of this particular amendment. They liked this amendment. They're eager.
I withdraw my.
Would the gentleman yield before he withdraws?
I'll be happy to.
Well, I would just point out that when we had the hearing, there were a number of things that the Inspector General had required of the EPA that they had not been able to meet. And I with the ranking member, I share the concern that we're asking something of the EPA that they may not be able to do. Remember, with electronic medical record submission, we did give 2 years for the Office of National Coordinator for Health Information Technology to develop the rules. And even then, we see that some of those rules are so draconian that the industry is going to have a hard time complying. So I also wonder if there ought not to be a little bit more leeway than a single year written into this amendment, or what are going to be the consequences, because currently there are no consequences for the EPA's Water Department violating its own Inspector General's report on compliance with their rules. And I'll yield back to the gentleman.
Well, I do share what Chairman Waxman said. If the real intent is to get information about violations to the EPA sooner rather than later, that's a good thing. I mean, I understand that. And electronic record keeping is a good thing. So the basic conceptual intent, I think all the Republicans would be totally supportive of. And if we now know that the EPA supports the amendment, I share the concern that Dr. Burgess shared, but I guess we can work that out as we go forward. So I have no objection, given what's been said in the colloquy, to the inclusion of this in the bill.
We're ready for the vote on the Rush Amendment. All those in favor of the Rush Amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Yes, I misstated earlier. After this bill, we're going to the Motor Vehicle Safety Act. Then we'll go to the formaldehyde standards for composite wood products, and then the last, the Collinsville Renewable Energy Promotion Act. So it was members and staffs get ready to deal with the bills. That's the order we're going to take them up. Any further amendments or comments on the pending amendment?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, gentlelady from Ohio. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Ms. Sutton of Ohio, Mr. Murphy of Connecticut, Mr. Braley of Iowa, Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, and Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania. After Section 4, insert the following new section and redesignate the subsequent sections and make such
Mr.
technical
Chairman, I
conforming
request
changes.
unanimous consent.
Without objection, that will be the order, and gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Our nation must make significant investments to install, upgrade, or replace our water infrastructure to continue to ensure the provision of safe drinking water to our 272 million customers. The Drinking Water State Revolving Loan Fund provides an important funding source to help meet those needs. And as we invest in our nation's infrastructure, American taxpayers expect that the projects and products will be produced in America by America's workers. This amendment requires that projects for the construction, alteration, maintenance, or repair of a public water system funded by a state drinking water state revolving loan fund use steel, iron, and manufactured goods that are produced in the U.S. The amendment provides 3 exceptions from the requirement when the use of the U.S. steel, iron, and manufactured goods would be inconsistent with the public interest, where steel, iron, and manufactured goods are not produced in the U.S. in sufficient and reasonably available quantities and of a satisfactory quality, or the inclusion of steel, iron, and manufactured goods produced in the U.S. will increase the overall cost of the project by more than 25%. The amendment provides transparency to the waiver process by requiring that public notice in the Federal Register and a 15-day comment period prior to the issuance of a waiver. It specifically states that it shall be applied in a manner consistent with United States obligations under international agreements, and the amendment is nearly identical to the language included in the Recovery Act, which imposed for the first time Buy American requirements on recipients of the Clean Water and Drinking Water State Revolving Funds. Contrary to some claims, Buy American requirement in the Recovery Act did not delay EPA's ability to place the Drinking Water Revolving Loan Funds under contract or construction. The EPA is obligated all of its state revolving funds by February 17, 2010. And this amendment is nearly identical to the language included in H.R. 1262, the Water Quality Investment Act, which reauthorizes the Clean Water State Revolving Fund, which passed with broad and resounding support. It's my hope that this bipartisan amendment will also pass with broad and resounding support. For 75 years, Buy American laws have been a part of the U.S. procurement policy. These laws guarantee that we can build and rebuild our infrastructure with high-quality American-made materials. This isn't a new policy. This is a jobs issue. The American people want their taxpayer dollars to create jobs at home, and our top priority is getting Americans back to work, and this amendment will help. At this time, I'd like to yield time to a co-sponsor of this amendment, the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you very much, Representative Sutton. Thank you for your leadership on this issue. Listen, American manufacturing has been under assault, and one of the problems is that the federal government has been a member of the firing squad here. When we don't put basic requirements on federal funding that, along with some common sense exceptions like cost, inadequate supply in the U.S., that the work be done here in the United States, we are just sending our taxpayer dollars overseas without any conditions and without any safeguards. We've seen, even with legislation like this, with these exceptions, we continue to bleed jobs overseas. We just got a report from the Department of Defense that from 2007 to 2008, the number of exceptions to existing Buy American laws increased in 1 year by 450%. We've got to address this issue holistically. This economy has been bad for manufacturing, but U.S. dollars are increasingly going overseas at an alarming rate. And the investment of these dollars in American jobs, even if the price is maybe 5 or 10% more to buy the good here in the United States, has enormous payoffs to the American economy by the ripple effects to local economies, to the taxes that accrue to the federal government, and to the lack of social safety net spending that the federal government has to do to make the difference. I thank the gentlewoman for the time.
I thank the gentleman for his remarks, and I thank all of the co-sponsors of this amendment.
Will the gentlelady yield?
I will yield.
Yeah, just to take the last 40 seconds to signify my support for this bill, too. You know, in Pennsylvania, we just got our report card from the American Society of Civil Engineers. Our drinking water infrastructure in Pennsylvania received a D+. We really need to get these projects off the road. And a recent report by the Alliance for American Manufacturing outlined that roughly 18,000 new jobs would be created for every $1 billion we spend in infrastructure, and those employment gains are increased by 33% when we maximize domestic content. So this is important for creating jobs in America. This is good for our economy. The American public wants to see their tax dollars spent in America, and I support this bill wholeheartedly.
I thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Mr. Chairman. Gentlelady yields back her time. Yes, gentleman from Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, right.
Mr. Murphy.
Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to speak briefly on a couple of elements of this. I know that from the stimulus bill, what we found that windmills were being made in China, and also when Congress in the past has said we need to go to compact fluorescent bulbs, we have found that light bulb manufacturers in the United States closing down, and they're being made in China. I am the vice chairman of the Steel Caucus, and with Pete Visklosky, we worked before to get some language on the Buy American clause in that bill, and the stimulus bill, and it has been valuable. And I want to point out a couple of things. This is not protectionism. This is not tariffs. This is not saying that anything else in any trade in America is limited in any way whatsoever. But when we are spending taxpayers' dollars, there is a benefit that needs to be assessed in saving taxpayers' jobs. We recognize this is not uncompetitive because we are in a world where people do compete for jobs and work on productivity and quality. But it does recognize that when we're using taxpayer money, which is federal dollars, goes back for these things, there's actually a gain that returns to the federal government and to states rather than going to other countries. Along those lines, it is, I think, very important that we support this amendment, and I hope all members will vote for it. I yield back. Or I could yield time to Mr. Gingrey.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I certainly do understand an amendment like this and the importance of restoring manufacturing in our country. We don't produce any steel in Georgia, but we do produce some textiles, and I'm very concerned about balance of trade and this sort of thing. But, you know, when I look at this amendment and I see that we'd have to buy American even up to the provision that we'd pay 25% more, you know, I'm concerned about that. And I think if we're going to be competitive, for us to put in law something that says, well, we're going to buy American unless somebody can beat us by 25%, it seems like that's not very competitive. So I have a little bit of concern about some of the language in this amendment.
I'm reclaiming my time. I might point out a couple of the things which have come up is that some of the dumping that the ITC has found with pipe that China has been involved with, some of the other issues take place with regard to tax manipulations, with regard to currency manipulations, are areas that we have tried to fight, to just have fair play in the marketplace. No breaks, but just fair play. And along those lines, I might add that when American workers build American products and they pay U.S. taxes, that's money that comes back in. And that's part that we don't compute in this thing. My friend, Mr. Gingrey, Dr. Gingrey, brings up a good point, but I believe in a case like this, it still is a matter that these are taxpayers' dollars, and I'd much rather support jobs in America. So unless somebody else wants time, I'll yield back. I'll yield to you, Mr. Rogers.
Thank you. Normally I would be with you, Mr. Gingrey, but I have to tell you, coming from a manufacturing state, where we know that China currency manipulation may be as high as 40%, it is impossible for a small manufacturer to compete when you get up in the morning and they've cheated you by 40% before you get up. That's not competition. In our only mechanism, I mean, the administration won't even recognize that there's currency manipulation happening in countries like China. You can't win. That's not fair. And I would argue the only way we get to the root of this is by providing at least some relief to what is an unfair marketplace and is cheating by nation states like China when it comes to manufacturing. We think that their currency manipulation alone may have cost 780,000 manufacturing jobs in the United States. Just their cheating on currency manipulation, and that doesn't count illegal subsidies of business that we know goes on through the Chinese central bank. I mean, this is a huge problem, and I think this is probably the worst way to get there, but given the alternatives, I think it's the only way we get there and at least allow a level playing field. And I yield back my time to the gentleman from Pennsylvania. Thank you for his courtesy.
And unless there's anybody else on our side of the aisle, Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back my time.
Gentleman yields back his time. Are we ready for the question on the Sutton Amendment? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. Further amendments or comments?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Gett.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment offered by Ms. DeGette of Colorado. At the end, add the following new section.
I ask that the amendment be
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this amendment requires companies that are doing hydraulic fracturing, which is a method for oil and gas development that has been around for a number of decades, but much more frequently used in the past few years, to disclose the contents of the fluid that's used in that process. It also protects proprietary information as to the chemical components of the hydraulic fracturing fluid, and it also allows companies in the very few states where state laws require reporting to report to those states rather than the federal government. I'd like to be clear, Mr. Chairman, I support the practice of hydraulic fracturing. I think it's a way to get oil and gas, domestic resources into our mix, and I think that's important. But while hydraulic fracturing has increased dramatically, comes an added responsibility to make sure it's done in a safe way. We've seen this, unfortunately, in the last few weeks in the Gulf of Mexico, where deep well drilling has a catastrophic effect. So we need to make sure that every kind of oil and gas development technique is done in a safe manner. And while we need to encourage hydraulic fracturing, we also need to minimize its environmental impact. In 2005, the oil and gas industry got itself exempted from the Safe Drinking Water Act, the only industry which is exempt from that legislation. Since that time, there have been numerous anecdotal reports of groundwater being contaminated after hydraulic fracturing has begun in a community. Those reports concern me, and they concern many Americans. There is also evidence that harmful chemicals like diesel fuel and benzene are used in hydraulic fracturing. Now, the natural gas industry has said, on the other hand, that hydraulic fracturing is not responsible for groundwater contamination, and it also says that the chemicals they are using are largely benign. But at the same time, even though it says the chemicals are benign, it has now started objecting vociferously to being regulated under the Safe Drinking Water Act. What this amendment does is simply get the facts on the table. It says that if there was whatever the components are in this hydraulic fracturing fluid should be disclosed. And disclosure will inform the ongoing debate about the safety of hydraulic fracturing, and it will provide the public, states, and the EPA valuable information to determine the safety of fracking. Now, Mr. Chairman, the industry has been speaking out of both sides of its mouth on this. On the one hand, in this very committee, ExxonMobil's CEO came and stated he would not object to the disclosure of hydraulic fracturing fluid composition. And then he followed it up in a shareholder proxy just last month when he said, while we understand the intellectual property concerns of service companies, we believe the concerns of community members can be alleviated by the disclosure of all ingredients used in these fluids. Also, Chesapeake Energy's CEO said last fall, we as an industry need to demystify hydraulic fracturing and disclose the chemicals we are using and search for alternatives to the chemicals we are using. So the reaction to this amendment by some within industry has been baffling. What this amendment does is it requires the disclosure of the constituents used in fracking fluids while protecting the proprietary formula and allowing reporting to the states. Industry says it should be reporting at the state level, but in truth, Mr. Chairman, only 3 states have laws requiring reporting. 2 more are considering implementing those laws. So only 1/10 of the states require this kind of reporting. Mr. Chairman, even though industry said they supported reporting, in front of this committee, in public, in the news media, they have been going around the last week frantically trying to tell people that this amendment, which simply requires disclosure, would destroy the oil and gas industry. I got to tell you, they have to have it one way or the other. Either the fracking fluid is benign and contains no harmful components, in which case they should have no objection whatsoever to disclosing the contents, or it's really dangerous and they don't actually want to have the components disclosed, in which case we should add it to the Safe Drinking Water Act to protect the health and safety of our constituents. So, Mr. Chairman, I would hope members would agree this is a reasonable amendment. It's for disclosure, and it's to help us figure out how we can have hydraulic fracturing done in a safe and effective manner.
Gentlelady, yield to me.
I'd be happy to yield to the chair.
I understand what the gentlelady is proposing. Hydraulic fracturing is a technique that merits our attention. EPA is studying the technique's effects on drinking water. And as you well know, this committee is conducting its own investigation since you're so active in that as a member of the Oversight Committee. I would ask that you withdraw the amendment at this time. This is an issue that merits further consideration, as now is not the right time for this change. We may want to go further. We need to learn more. And so I'll look forward to working with the gentlelady to address these concerns as we learn more. But I respectfully request that you withdraw your amendment.
Mr. Chairman, if I just may ask unanimous consent for 1 minute to respond.
Without objection, gentleladies be given additional.
Mr. Chairman, the chairman is correct. Number one, this committee is conducting a study on the effects of hydraulic fracturing, and we expect to be having hearings soon. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, at my request and others, the EPA is conducting a 2-year study of the effects of hydraulic fracturing on groundwater. We believe, Mr. Chairman, that by having industry report while preserving proprietary information what's in the fracking fluid will help support both of these ongoing efforts to determine the safety and efficacy. And so we have been contacted, Mr. Chairman, in the last few days by several representatives of the oil and gas industry who believe that there is compromise language that we can reach agreement before it comes to the floor. So based on the chairman's request and these ongoing negotiations, Mr. Chairman, I will be happy to withdraw my amendment at this time, but I will also let the chairman and frankly everyone else here know that we think it would be helpful to have the reporting as we move forward, and so we're going to work with the committee staff and with the industry to have some compromise language by the time we go to the floor.
If the gentlelady will yield to me, I'll be pleased to work with her and Mr. Barton on this issue and continue to look at it, and I appreciate your willingness to withdraw the amendment at this time.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd also like to strike the requisite words.
Okay, let me go to Mr. Barton first.
And I'll be happy to yield some time to Mr. Green. First, I want to thank the gentlelady from Colorado for raising the issue. I also want to thank her for withdrawing her amendment at this point in time. I do want to make some points that she didn't make, and I want to correct the record in one response. Part of her statement was that we exempted the hydraulic fracturing from the Safe Water Drinking Act, the Energy Policy Act of 2005. That's partly true and partly not true. What we did was clarify existing law at that time. There had been a court case brought where it was attempted to give the Environmental Protection Agency regulatory authority over hydraulic fracturing. The proponents of hydraulic fracturing, such as myself, were very confident that the existing law didn't give them that authority. But just to make it explicitly clear, we did put a paragraph in the Energy Policy Act that I drafted, and that I was helped by then Congressman Charles Stenholm, a Democrat from Abilene, Texas, to make it explicit that the Safe Water Drinking Act did not give the EPA regulatory authority in hydraulic fracturing, that authority rested at the state level, where it is today and where it was before we made that explicitly clear. The states have done an outstanding job in regulating hydraulic fracturing. The National Association of State Regulators has said so. The Environmental Protection Agency has even said so. I do not believe, and I am not opposed to the conceptual underlying basis of Congresswoman DeGette's amendment, that there should be disclosure of the components in the hydraulic fracturing material, but that is an issue that the states can handle. Under current state laws, some states require it, some states don't. Those that do, and those that do not at this time and wish to seek such authority, there's nothing in federal law to preclude that. My concern with the DeGette amendment, as it's currently configured, is not that it's seeking information on the drilling fluids or the hydraulic. My concern is that if it were to be passed, it would give EPA for the first time a regulatory foothold. And I do not think that is good public policy for the United States. That's my concern about the DeGette amendment, not the disclosure requirement, because the states, some states require it, some states don't, but any state can. So I don't have a problem with that. I do have a problem if you give EPA regulatory authority to require disclosure, then implicitly you're giving them regulatory authority over the fracturing process itself, and that could be, in my opinion, very detrimental to the future of hydraulic fracturing in this country. The natural gas assets that are locked up in our shale formations are almost unlimited in their potential to supply clean natural gas energy to America. And fortunately, those reserves are located in some of the areas where we have the highest demand, up in New York and Pennsylvania and Ohio. While we have shale formations in Texas and Louisiana, the newer ones are where our population has a need for clean energy, and I just think it would be inappropriate to take that authority away from the states and give it to the federal government. So I'll be happy to work with the Congresswoman on disclosure requirements at the state level and reporting requirements on a voluntary level, but I think it would be a mistake to go forward with the amendment as it's currently drafted, and I'm very appreciative that Chairman Waxman has asked her to withdraw it and that she has withdrawn it. And I'd be happy to yield to Mr. Green from Texas.
Mr. Chairman, I feel like why don't you yield to Congressman Doyle, because I'd like my own time.
Then I'll yield to Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania my brief 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very briefly, I'd like to also thank Congresswoman Jett for holding off this point while we have other things to do. I co-chair the Natural Gas Caucus, and we're very dedicated to making sure that exploration is safe. And over the 1 million wells that have been drilled for natural gas, it is nothing like oil drilling. There's a lot of safety measures, and there's never been a contamination of groundwater. And I hope that is something that we can have hearings about and talk about this. And to note that the fracking fluid is disclosed, but not the exact formula, just like Coke and Pepsi don't have their exact formula out there. But I certainly share her concerns in making sure that anything this committee does is paying attention to public safety, and look forward to working together on that.
I yield back, Mr. Yield back, Mr.
The gentleman's time has expired. Mr. Green.
Mr. Chairman, one, I want to thank my colleague and
the gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for withdrawing the amendment. Some of the concerns I have with the amendment, one is we have the EPA, and not a month ago the administrator sat here in this room and talked about the ongoing study, and that's what they wanted to see and that'll be available in 2012. So to adopt something right now, even prior to the EPA study, EPA did a study a number of years ago. The hydraulic fracking has been studied for many years by different agencies and even state compacts. So it hasn't been an issue. And to prejudge what the EPA study would come out with this amendment, I think is literally jumping the gun. Since when I first saw this amendment yesterday or Monday, I thought this was a solution looking for a problem. The problem is not there. If there is a problem, the states, in fact, I know Congressman Doyle, the states of Pennsylvania already have the ability and the requirement that this information is available. The state of Texas doesn't do it. But in all honesty, most of the service companies already have to provide it. In fact, I think all of them do with their OSHA requirements. Just like if I go to Home Depot and buy some chemical to put in my yard, I have to be able to have access to whatever that chemical is at Home Depot. The same thing is true with fracking, and I have, Mr. Chairman, a copy of what's required to be published as a material safety data sheet that shows that. It's already available to OSHA, so maybe when our committee does the investigations, we might want to look at what OSHA has to see. My concern about it is that the reporting is not an issue. It's the proprietary information, because we've hydraulically fracked over 1,000 wells in our country with very little. I think there was one issue in Pennsylvania that was actually a problem because of the cementing. But when you think about that, 1 out of 1,000. The other concern I have is that this hydraulic fracking has nothing to do with the disaster in the Gulf of Mexico. Now, I know it's popular to be after the big oil, but the folks who do hydrofracking are not big oil. And hydrofracking is in the shale deposits, it's on land. So that's why I also thought the amendment was piling on to an extent. All of us lament and regret what's happening right now in the Gulf of Mexico, particularly the 11 loss of lives there. Just like we lost coal miners a month ago, we lost 11 people who were just doing a job to produce the energy that we need in our country, domestically produced energy. And if we throw roadblocks into hydraulic fracking, is the only way you can get to that shale gas. And we have now 100 years, the EPA administrator said we have 100 years of natural gas available in our country, clean burning natural gas that will help us on our carbon control issues. But if we eliminate hydraulic fracking, we will lose that 100 years. So we have a national security issue here. And to start with this amendment that's way early before the EPA even comes up with their study in 2012. And so, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for asking for the draw.
The gentleman yield
to my colleague.
Will you yield to our Pennsylvania?
I'll be glad to yield to my colleague from Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I just want to say a couple things on this amendment. I'm from Pennsylvania. We're sitting on the Marcellus Shale. They're calling us the Saudi Arabia of natural gas. And we want to get that natural gas out of the ground, but we want to do it in an environmentally responsible way. Pennsylvania is one of the 3 states that requires companies to report. People say this is onerous on business. Here's the report that comes out of the state of Pennsylvania. It's a simple Excel spreadsheet, 3 pages long, that tells all the chemical constituencies in fracking fluid. This is not an onerous requirement. Also, it should be noted in Mrs. DeGette's amendment that we specifically say that you do not have to reveal the proprietary chemical formulas. So it seems to me that this is a rather simple process that can be done. Any state that does this, by the way, is exempt from reporting to EPA. So my state of Pennsylvania, this amendment Ms. DeGette put forward would have no impact on our state because we already do this. But there's only 3 states that do. There's a lot of other states that don't. The public has a right to know this information. Mr. Green said this isn't like the Gulf oil spill. Well, let me just take a little disagreement with it in one respect. You know, when these tragedies happen, and we're watching one of the largest environmental disaster of our lifetime taking place before our eyes, a lot of people are saying, why didn't the federal government do a better job with their oversight and regulation of this industry? How could we let this happen? Those are the same people that when before this thing happened said, keep the federal government from over-regulating these businesses. So it's sort of like we're damned if we do or we're damned if we don't. If we don't act, they ask us why. If we do act, we're being heavy-handed. I think people want these resources. I know I do. I want that natural gas out of the ground. I want to see this be successful in Pennsylvania. But I also think that every citizen of Pennsylvania has the right to know what's in these fracking fluids, and to do a simple report to our state DEP like we're doing in our state is not onerous. We're not asking for the Coke or Pepsi formulas in Ms. DeGette's amendment. I think the industry would do itself a great service by being transparent. That's how this is going to be successful. When you start to say you don't want to disclose things, people are suspicious of why you don't want to do that. So, you know, I just think this amendment is something that we should be able to work out, and I look forward to
Mr. Chairman, reclaiming my time.
No,
we just want to disclose it on the state level.
His time has expired now.
Time has expired. Let me announce to the members that there is no amendment pending. Mr. Sullivan, do you want to strike the last word?
Strike the last word.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd like to thank Ms. DeGette for doing this. She's done a good job. I respect that. She even met with the oil and gas guy from my state to talk about this. It was on the other side of the issue, and I appreciate that. I do. But I am against the amendment. I think that everyone said some good things today, and this is something we need to look at in light of everything that's going on. I know there's a lot of attention on these issues, but I'd like to reiterate the fact that there's been over 1 million hydraulic fracks. 1 million hydraulic fracks have been done in the United States in the last 60 or so years, and there hasn't been one instance where it's leaked into any kind of groundwater or caused any problems whatsoever. It's also not necessary because people release what they use in these hydraulic fracks anyway. Basically, you're putting sand and water and some other chemicals, detergents and things like that into the rock, into the formation. It's the gas and oil's in like a sponge, a rocky type sponge. It goes in there, cracks the rock, and sand goes in there to fill the cracks, and that's how you get the gas out. That is why we have over, not 100 years, but 120 years reserves of natural gas here in the United States of America. And we need to continue to have American-made energy, get it here in our own backyard, and lessen our dependence on foreign oil, and quit sending money to terrorists that want to do us harm. We can get it here in our own backyard, We need to get more vehicles running on natural gas. It burns clean. It's a great fuel, and it's how we're going to get energy independent and use it as a bridge fuel as we develop other technologies as an all-of-the-above strategy to get all these alternative energies developed that aren't going to be developed for decades to come. But we can use natural gas in the meantime, which burns clean, is abundant, and here in the United States. And hydraulic fracking, not only there's been 1 million done, in the next 10 years in development of natural gas, it's going to be used 80 to 90% in the wells that are drilled. So it's going to be very vital as we go forward, and it will do nothing but harm a great industry and harm us and keep us from being energy independent.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I just would agree with the gentleman on the desirability of developing domestic natural gas resources, and I have really tried to work with the industry, your folks and other folks, and I'm a member of the Natural Gas Caucus myself. But just because we want to develop domestic energy, and this is where there is a similarity, as Mr. Doyle says, with the Gulf of Mexico, doesn't mean we should have no regulations over the way the exploration is conducted. And part of the reason why we don't have any evidence, except for anecdotal evidence, of which there is an ample amount, of injury coming from this hydraulic fracturing fluid, is because right now it's exempt from the federal requirements of the Safe Drinking Water Act. So what I've been trying to do with this amendment, and I will continue to work with everybody here, is not to pass my entire legislation, which I frankly think would be reasonable to make the oil and gas industry comply with the Safe Drinking Water Act in general. Instead, what this amendment does, while protecting proprietary information and also state reporting requirements, is to say, look, let's just report the components. And if there's really no problem here, the industry should have no objection to reporting the components. As I told the chairman, I think that we can work out an agreement as to how that reporting would occur before it goes to the floor. And that's all I'm saying. I want to encourage development of hydraulic fracturing, but I think we would all agree that, as with any domestic energy production, it needs to be done in a safe way. And I think the gentleman
would you yield? The gentleman yield.
The gentleman controls the time.
I agree with that. I think what you're doing is admirable in that we should get a list of the chemicals. I think a lot of states require it. A lot of companies are willing to do it, like others have said. But I think to equate it with what's going on in the Gulf is not the right statement to make. As Gene Green pointed out, it's done on land. Groundwater is, about 800 to 1,000 feet deep. When we drill past that to 5,000, 7,000, 10,000 feet deep. It's all encased with casing to keep it from getting in, with cement on the outside of it. So it's not, and again, it has never leaked into groundwater. What concerns me is that exempting it from the Safe Drinking Water Act is just, it seems to me, as an attempt to kind of get at the industry, which I'm from Oklahoma, of course, so I'm certainly going to advocate for this industry. It's vital to our state. We're the third largest natural gas producing state in the United States. So I think that it's just like Mr. Green said, a solution looking for a problem.
Gentleman's time has expired.
I'd like to yield some time if I have any left to
who
the gentleman from Louisiana.
Well, how much time do you want?
1 minute.
1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman's yielded 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since the Gulf oil spill was brought up, first of all, if you want to look at a correlation of the difference between federal and state regulation, I think the Gulf oil spill is a great example, because under federal law, and this is the Oil Pollution Act, which actually governs the Gulf oil spill, the President shall ensure effective and immediate removal of a discharge. That's what the federal law says, not BP, not some private company. The federal law is not being followed. And
would the gentleman yield just for
Yeah,
federal government has total regulatory authority in the Gulf of Mexico and the Deep Gulf. Total. There's no state regulatory authority at all.
Absolutely.
So,
and in fact,
if federal regulation is the solution, there shouldn't be any problem in the Deep Gulf of Mexico.
And in fact, if you look at what's happening, our governor has requested, he submitted a plan 2 weeks ago to the federal government to regulate and permit. They've got to wait on a federal permit to go put a sand barrier in front of our marsh. They haven't even gotten, 2 weeks later, we still haven't even gotten any word from the White House or this administration. Whereas with natural gas regulation, it's regulated by the state. The state's there on the front line. Right now, it's the federal regulators that are in the way of us protecting our coast. The last thing we need to do is give the EPA and some other federal regulators control over natural gas fracking, because right now the feds are the ones that are blocking us from protecting our marsh, and they need to fix that problem. And we've asked the White House, we've asked the President to do it. But we surely don't need the feds to get in our way when the states are regulating successfully and safely hydraulic fracturing. I yield back.
Mr. Latta, how much time do you want to speak on an amendment that's not pending?
Mr. Chairman, just 10 seconds.
Gentleman's yield, 10 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to submit for the record a letter, a dear colleague letter from Congressman Teague and myself from last summer.
Without objection, letters will be made part of the record. Are we ready to move on, Mr. Markey? Okay. As I understand, the gentlelady from Colorado has withdrawn her amendment. Okay. Are there further amendments to this bill? If not, the vote. Who seeks recognition? Yes, Ms. Capps. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
I just heard her say we don't have a Capps amendment. Okay, they're looking puzzled now.
They don't have it. They don't have it.
The clerk's, while the clerk's looking for the amendment, or does the clerk have it? I understand the gentlelady wants to raise an issue.
Yes.
And I'm going to recognize her for 5 minutes.
I thought I had an amendment at the desk.
Without objection, when it's found, it'll be considered as read.
Right. All right.
The gentlelady has 5 minutes.
Because I plan to offer this amendment and withdraw it, the amendment would require, I'd like to use 5 minutes if I could to describe the amendment that is in the process of being found. The amendment would require the EPA to establish a mandatory safe drinking water standard for perchlorate within 18 months. As policymakers, it's our responsibility to ensure that the agencies in charge of protecting public health and our drinking water supplies are fulfilling their responsibilities. Unfortunately, for more than 8 years, the EPA, under the previous administration, allowed contamination caused by unregulated perchlorate to threaten both public health and our drinking water supplies. And that is why I'm presenting this amendment today, so that we can consider preventing unnecessary risk to public health and our water supplies. As many of you know, perchlorate is an ingredient used in rocket fuel, 90% of which is produced for use by the Defense Department and NASA. It's extremely soluble, has been found in drinking water, food, groundwater, irrigation water, soil, even human breast milk. EPA data shows that perchlorate is known to have contaminated our public water systems in 35 states and the District of Columbia. Perchlorate also represents a risk to human health in some of society's most vulnerable populations, including pregnant women and children, as it blocks the ability of the thyroid gland to absorb iodine. Studies have shown significant changes in thyroid hormone levels in people who were exposed to perchlorate, including 43 million women who are at high risk, such as being of childbearing age. More than 250,000 one-year-olds today are exposed to perchlorate above the government's safe dose from food sources alone. This is the equivalent of 1 in every 16 one-year-olds in this country. Mr. Chairman, these results underscore the importance of a protective drinking water standard for perchlorate. Without a standard, our nation's drinking water supply, and our fellow citizens will continue to be exposed to unnecessary risks. So we must protect public health and drinking water supplies by establishing a national primary drinking water standard that is protective of vulnerable populations. I want to remind our colleagues that this amendment is based on legislation put forth by our former colleague, now Secretary of Labor Hilda Solis. In 2007, the then Environment Subcommittee of this committee approved the Solis bill unanimously. This amendment is supported by water utilities, the public health community, and consumer groups. Mr. Chairman, I urge our colleagues to consider supporting this common sense amendment in the future.
Gentlelady, yield to me?
Yes, I certainly would yield to
I know you're going to withdraw this amendment because we've discussed it in advance, but I do want to assure you that we will take this up separately by itself when we return from the recess, and I think that we'll have widespread support for it.
Thank you very much. And I will yield back my time.
And you'll withdraw
and
the
I ask unanimous consent to withdraw this amendment.
The amendment is withdrawn. Are there further amendments to the legislation?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Markey. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have a just unanimous consent request that Congresswoman Christensen's statement on this legislation be included in the record.
Without objection, that'll be the order. The vote now comes on the amendment in the nature of a substitute as amended. All those in favor of that amendment say aye. 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 Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment agreed to. The motion now is to order reported H.R. 5320 as amended with the recommendation that the bill do pass. And I'd like to ask the clerk to call the roll.
Mr. Waxman.
Aye.
Mr. Waxman votes aye. Mr. Dingle. Mr. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush, aye. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo, aye. Mr. Stupak. Mr. Stupak, aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. Mr. Green, aye. Ms. Saget. Ms. Saget, aye. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, aye. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Inslee. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, aye. Mr. Wiener. Mr. Wiener, aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, aye. Mr. Melanson. Mr. Melanson, aye. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow, aye. Mr. Hill. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, aye. Mrs. Christensen. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Space. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney, aye. Ms. Sutton. Ms. Sutton, aye. Mr. Braley. Mr. Braley, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton, aye. Mr. Hall. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Shadegg. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Boyer. Mr. Radonovich. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts, aye. Ms. Bonomack. Ms. Bonomack, no. Mr. Terry. Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mrs. Myrick. Mrs. Myrick, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Mr. Gingrey. Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Griffith. Oh. Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Latta. I'm sorry, Ms. Blackburn. I'm sorry, Ms. Blackburn votes aye. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Boucher, aye. Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill votes aye. Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Radonovich votes aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Boyer? Mr. Boyer, aye. Mr. Shattuck? Mr. Shattuck, no. Ms. Bono-Mack? Ms. Bono-Mack is off, no, and on, aye. Mr. Inslee? Mr. Inslee votes aye. Mr. Space? Did I get you? Can't remember. Mr. Space votes aye.
Have all members responded to the call of the roll? Any member wish to change his or her vote? The clerk will tally the vote. Clerk will announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, final passage, the yeas were 45, the nays were 1.
45 yeas, 1 no. The motion is carried. Chair, now pursuant to discussions with Mr. Barton, I now call up H.R. 5381, the Motor Vehicle Safety Act of 2010, and without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. The Chair has an amendment in the nature of a substitute without objection. Is it an amendment? Is it an amendment in the nature of a substitute? The Chair has an amendment at the desk, and without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. I recognize myself for 5 minutes. Today is a red letter day for auto safety. After many weeks of intensive negotiations, Chairman Rush and I have reached an agreement with Chairman Dingell on reform of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. This bill will dramatically improve the safety of motor vehicles. We create a new Center for Electronic Vehicle Safety. We require important new safety standards, including brake override and black boxes that will record crash information. We increase penalties for serious violations of the law up to $200 million, and we bolster NHTSA's resources through a user fee on auto manufacturers. This is a balanced bill. It will push the auto industry to make safer cars, but does so at a pace that the industry can meet. It requires additional transparency, but also recognizes that there is some information that is truly confidential. It increases NHTSA's enforcement authorities in the case of an imminent hazard, but provides the manufacturer with an opportunity to respond to the agency's claims. With the new resources provided to NHTSA under this bill, our expectations will be high. There is a long backlog of safety standards that must be issued. The defect investigation process must be strengthened. Data collection must be increased, and the agency must become more aggressive in its enforcement. I want to commend my co-sponsors, Chairman Rush and Dingell, for their work and for their leadership. No one in Congress knows more about the auto industry than Chairman Dingell, and I'm honored and extraordinarily proud that we're able to stand together behind this bill. We all have also had a number of fruitful discussions with Ranking Member Barton that have led to some real bipartisan strides forward with the Motor Vehicle Safety Act of 2010. Although we don't have agreement with our Republican colleagues, we've addressed many of their concerns in the bill we are considering today. I am now offering this amendment to incorporate some additional important issues that have been presented to us by members of the committee. The first provision in the amendment promotes research on the use of lightweight materials in motor vehicles. This is an exciting form of innovation and collaboration that could lead to simultaneous advances in safety and fuel efficiency. NHTSA has begun work in this area already. With this amendment, we will look to the newly established Center for Electronics and Engineering Technologies to take a leadership role. This amendment also includes a provision directing NHTSA to address electronic stability control in heavy vehicles in a timely manner. Crashes of large trucks resulting in large numbers of personal injuries and fatalities. In addition, there are numerous costs related to the traffic jams that often result from these crashes. Electronic stability control could play an important role in reducing heavy vehicle crashes, and we need to make sure that NHTSA is not dragging its feet. This provision will address that concern. The third provision addresses the revolving door between NHTSA and the auto industry, a problem that became apparent in the Toyota investigation earlier this year. And we all know that concerns over a revolving door with the industry are not limited to NHTSA. I spent many years working on these issues at the Oversight and Government Reform Committee, and I would certainly prefer a government-wide approach. However, the situation at NHTSA, especially as we've seen it play out with recent events, is worth addressing. And finally, this amendment includes a provision that will strike language purporting to preempt state law from any of NHTSA's regulatory preambles and prevent the agency from issuing future standards with such preambles. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and I wish to yield to Mr. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've just shown in the Safe Water Drinking Act reauthorization what can happen when there is truly bipartisan, not only cooperation, but a willingness on both sides to work together and to find an adequate compromise. That bill just passed 45-1. I believe at the subcommittee level, it was a party line vote to report the bill, or it was a voice vote, but there was considerable friction at the subcommittee, but we were able to address it. There has been some discussion of this bill on a bipartisan basis, so you're right in saying that there have been some attempts to find middle ground. Having said that, this bill does not reflect, even with the manager's amendment, that middle ground. We are going to offer on the Republican side a number of perfecting amendments in the neighborhood of 20, I believe, are prepared to be offered. We have a number of primary concerns, Mr. Chairman. One, we think the so-called user fee is a tax. We don't think this is the appropriate time to be taxing the automobile industry. So we'll have amendments to strip that from the bill. This bill, for the first time, mandates the use of what we euphemistically call black boxes, which in effect are really small computer chips, data recorders. Those devices are in use on many vehicles that are being manufactured today on a voluntary basis by the manufacturer, but they have limited data recording ability. This bill, if it becomes law, my understanding is that they would be mandated and that their capabilities would be expanded. That is a massive invasion, or at least potential invasion, Mr. Chairman, of people's privacy. There's been almost no debate at all. I cannot imagine this committee given the fights and the concerns we've expressed about medical privacy and financial privacy and just general privacy on the Internet, so cavalierly agreeing to this potential massive expansion of invasion of privacy in individuals' vehicles in the guise of safety. We're not opposed to some limited data recording capability to help investigate accidents, but my understanding, Mr. Chairman, and I could be wrong, is that this bill goes way beyond that. So there are going to be a number of amendments, several of which I will offer on privacy protection. We have concerns about the civil penalties expansion in the bill. Congressman Rogers of Michigan is going to have some amendments on that. So we support the underlying thrust of the bill. We certainly want to reauthorize the National Highway Transportation Safety Act, but we don't want to expand the powers of the government disproportionately in doing so. And so we look forward to a productive markup, and hopefully the work product of that markup will be something that we can support. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Dingell, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Strike the requisite number of words.
For 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I want to express my thanks to you and your staff. Your staff and mine have worked well together on this legislation. And although I believe the bill is going to be a hard one for the industry to accept, it is a bill which I think is in the public interest and which I think is good overall. And I'm happy to support it, and I wish to express again my thanks to you. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Who seeks recognition on the Republican side for either comments or an amendment? Yes.
Are you ready?
Yes, we're ready.
I would like to make one comment on.
This gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes.
We are talking about your amendment here. Is that right, Mr.
That's
Chairman?
correct.
Yeah. Well, Mr. Chairman, the second part of your amendment, which relates to the preemption of state law, is a major concern, I believe, to many of us, because this language basically negates all of the regulations promulgated between 2005 and 2008, where NHTSA expressed its intent to preempt state tort law. And not only does it do that in the past, but it also prohibits it from being done in the future. And the problem with that is that you're going to put some defendants in a case where they're not going to be able to defend themselves, in my view. Because, as an example, if a plaintiff filed a lawsuit against a manufacturer on the basis that the vehicle's head restraint was too high and blocked the view of the driver, and the driver had an accident, and maybe that head restraint was that high because NHTSA has a head restraint regulation which requires the front seat head restraint be at a certain level. That's just one example of where it would be impossible for the defendant to defend itself. And so I think that this second portion, this Title V, is a significant change, and it certainly would benefit the trial bar, and I don't see who else it would benefit. But I think it's a step in the wrong direction in our tort system, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Are there any comments or amendments on the Democratic side?
Mr. Chairman,
Ms. Sutton wishes to be recognized for what purpose?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you for this amendment and for including the language that requires NHTSA to initiate a rulemaking for stability control systems for commercial vehicles within 6 months of the date of enactment, which is in line, frankly, with NHTSA's own safety rulemaking and research plan, but we feared it was veering off course. I also want to thank you very much for including the language that we worked on regarding closing the revolving door between NHTSA and the industry. From committee hearings and from news reports, we learned that 2 former NHTSA employees hired by Toyota played instrumental roles negotiating with the agency regarding investigations of unintended acceleration in their company's vehicles. And as the problems with Toyota's sudden unintended acceleration have illustrated, the current post-employee restrictions applicable to NHTSA employees are not strong enough. Under current law, the NHTSA employees who leave the agency to take a position in the auto industry are prohibited from representing their new employer to the Transportation Department only on specific matters on which they worked while at NHTSA. According to a Washington Post analysis, as many as 33 former NHTSA and Transportation Department employees have left work to work for the industry. So we must pass the manager's amendment in order to tighten the existing language and close the revolving door. The language will add a restriction on former vehicle safety officials from trying to influence NHTSA on behalf of any manufacturer for any matter involving vehicle safety. And this prohibition will be in effect for 1 year after they leave the agency. So I want to thank the chairman for working with me on this language and on the language related to commercial vehicles and stability control systems, as well as the inclusion of lightweight materials and implementing the plastic and composite intensive vehicle safety roadmap in this amendment. And I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back the time. Mr. Barton, did you have an amendment?
I have an amendment to the bill. I don't have an amendment to Mrs. Sutton's comments. I mean, I could comment on her comments, but are you ready for
I gather we have to vote. This is not an amendment in the nature of a substitute, so we have to vote on our manager's amendment
before we can amend it,
and then we can amend the bill. So
Okay.
if the gentleman will permit, all those in favor of the Waxman amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. The bill is still open. The bill is now
Chairman,
open for amendment.
Mr. Chairman, wait a second. I'm sitting down here, wanted to be recognized to speak on your amendment, and you just go right on through. I'm down here trying to get recognition.
Well, I regret I didn't see you. I want to recognize the gentleman, and without objection, that previous motion to adopt my amendment will be rescinded, and the debate will continue. Mr. Boyer, recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for that. I just have a very simple question that I wanted to ask you, Mr. Chairman, and that is, we're proceeding with your bill, and I'm looking through everything I've got here. Do we have views from the administration or NHTSA itself with regard to your bill and the underlying amendment? That's just my simple question that I wanted to ask.
The only thing we have is the testimony they gave before the subcommittee.
Okay. So then with regard to your amendment, we don't have their views today?
That's correct.
Okay. That's the only question I have, Mr. Chairman, and I thank the gentleman's indulgence.
Okay. Any further discussion of the Waxman amendment? All those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. Further amendments to the bill. Mr. Barton.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the bill. It's optional 001.
Clerk will report the amendment.
It's the Title I.
Mr. Chairman, we don't have printed copies of the amendment.
We're supposed to.
Hold on.
I'd be happy to withdraw. I was told that it was at the desk, but let me, if somebody has one at the desk, I'll certainly withdraw mine while we, so I'll withdraw at this point.
You have another one at the desk?
I have two at the desk, I thought. I had an optional 001 and disable 001.
The only amendment we have on the Republican side is the Stearns amendment. So we're waiting, I guess, copies.
Okay.
Mr. Stearns.
Let me find out why mine's not there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the Stearns amendment.
It's Towns 001.
Towns 001.
Amendment to the Amendment to H.R. 5381, offered by Mr. Stearns. At the end of Title I, insert
Without
the following,
objection, the
Section
amendment will
109.
be considered as read. The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the endorsement of this amendment, the letter from the Alliance of Automobile Manufacturers, Dave McCurdy, a former member, and also Michael Stanton, the President and CEO of the Association of International Automobile Manufacturers, together with the American Council of the Blind, President, and the National Federation of the Blind, their letter of endorsement of this amendment be part of the record.
Without objection, that'll be the order.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tell my colleagues this is a bipartisan amendment that Mr. Towns and I have worked on for a number of years. We have 230 co-sponsors. Many are members of this subcommittee, I'm honored to say. In simple statement, my amendment requires the Secretary of Transportation to simply promulgate a motor vehicle safety standard that will establish performance requirements for an alert sound that alerts blind and other pedestrians to be able to detect a nearby electric or hybrid vehicle operating below the crossover speed or the speed at which a pedestrian could reasonably hear or detect an approaching vehicle.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
I think this amendment makes a lot of sense, and I want to join you and Mr. Towns and others in supporting it. Urge members to vote for the amendment.
Well, with your support, Mr. Chairman, I don't know, I have to go on too much more because I think sometimes speaking too much is not good. So, Mr. Chairman, if you'll accept the amendment, then we'll move forward.
The vote now comes on the Stearns amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. I turn now to the Democratic side. Are there any amendments? If not, Mr. Barton?
I'm told that my amendments are now in hard copy form at the desk, but I don't know that for a fact. So if they are, I have an amendment. Are they there? They are there. Okay. I have an amendment optional 001.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5381, offered by Mr. Barton. Page
Without
10,
objection,
line 5.
the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman from Texas is recognized
Thank you,
for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman. And both of my amendments are similar in nature, and I am presenting them as much for discussion purposes to kind of get a feel for the will of the committee. I had only recently learned that several of our manufacturers routinely put these data recording devices on vehicles without consumer knowledge. I found this out when I went through the General Motors assembly plant several weeks ago to watch the assembly of my congressional vehicle, a Tahoe hybrid, and the driver who was testing the vehicle that I am now leasing began to tell me about the data recorder and how it would record my driving capability if and in fact I was in an accident, and what a good thing that was. I was very surprised that it was in the vehicle without my knowledge, and I asked if it was required by safety regulations. They told me no. And I said, were passengers normally informed that it's in the vehicle? And he said, no. So this amendment would strike the word that event data recorders be included in vehicles and would insert instead that manufacturers provide consumers the option of having an event data recorder installed in the passenger motor vehicle that meets the specifications in subsection B. So what this is an opt-in requirement that we notify potential owners that there could be a event data recorder included in their vehicle package, but give the consumer the option to accept it or to reject it. I don't really know what the will of the committee is on this.
Yield to me?
I'd be happy to yield.
Right now, NHTSA says that by 2010, over 85% of the vehicles have EDRs already installed in them. And this may seem like adequate coverage if we're interested in understanding how most crashes occur. But if we make this an option, it's very strange because they're already built into the car. It's not like a radio you can add or go take it out. And it is a safety device. Many of the safety features are tied to an EDR. So if we have a consumer saying, no, I don't want one, they'd be disabling those safety features as well. Vehicles that don't have EDRs are not spread evenly throughout the fleet. They usually constitute all models from a particular manufacturer. So if we set it up as an option, then that a customer would have to have added on, even leaving aside the concerns over disabling of safety features. That would likely result in fewer cars having them. NHTSA has begun to look at EDR data as a meaningful source of information for compliance and defect investigations. I think this data should be available for all types of vehicles, and so I am urging my colleagues to oppose this amendment and giving you my views that I think it's not a wise amendment.
Well, is it still my time?
It's still your time.
Still my time. Okay. I respect that, Mr. Chairman. I'm still concerned about this. I mean, it just was surprising to me, at least in Texas. I would think in California, people spend lots of times in their vehicle. I don't think the average driver realizes that this may be something that now is going to be automatically included in their vehicle package. I'm not opposed to some limited data recording device for accident purposes only, but it's my understanding that in this legislation, these data recorders would be able to do much more than that, and that is a concern of mine.
Gentleman yield. The bill does require that the consumer be informed that an EDR is in the vehicles. You mentioned people don't know about it, aren't aware of it. Well, they will be made aware of it under the terms of the legislation.
Well, for the time being, Mr. Chairman, then I'll withdraw the amendment. But it is a concern. It is something that I'm going to continue to monitor.
Well, we'll continue to monitor it with you. Gentleman withdraws his amendment. Chair looks to the Democratic side for this issue. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman, to have a colloquy with you.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, very much. I'm a strong supporter of your bill. I think we need to do everything we can to ensure consumer protection. And I've also, as you know, partnered with Representative Towns to introduce a consumer rights bill that would guarantee motor vehicle owners information about their cars that's routinely withheld by dealers and manufacturers. The bill, the Motor Vehicle Owners' Right to Repair Act, H.R. 2057, will give vehicle owners and independent mechanics the right to information which currently only manufacturers and dealerships have access to. The bill will not infringe on trade secrets and is a fair reform, I think, that will benefit consumers. So, Mr. Chairman, you know I'm not going to offer an amendment on this issue during the markup. What I'm asking for is your commitment that you'll work with me to hold a hearing, hopefully in this Congress, on the legislation which will further protect consumers and and provide them with the fairness and freedoms they deserve.
If you yield to me, it sounds like a good idea. I'll commit to you that we'll talk to Mr. Rush because it is in his subcommittee, and urge that he look at this for a hearing before we leave later this year.
Well, I think that your support is really key in this, so I appreciate it, and I'll yield back. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back her time. Yes, gentleman recognized. Mr. Terry, do you have?
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
And it's called Retrieval 001.
Amendment to H.R. 5381 offered by Mr. Terry. Page 12.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. And gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try not to take up 5 minutes, but this deals with the privacy aspect of the information that is being captured by the black box. The bill does state that this is the property, or the information contained in there is the information of the owner, but I'm concerned about the language, and what my amendment does is strikes a few of the provisions that specifically give NHTSA the ability to gather information when it's in the name of motor vehicle safety and research. To me, that's extremely broad and allows a great deal of power to NHTSA to be able to determine what information they want. Ironically, I spoke to a group at the Nebraska breakfast this morning, about 50, 60 Nebraskans in town, and I brought this up, and we're going to have a discussion on privacy. And one of the questions was facetiously, well, if they've got information that says I was speeding, can they issue speeding tickets to me based on the information? I thought that was kind of a facetious argument until you realize that, well, you know, speeding is a matter of safety, and if that inherently is relates to engineering of safety equipment, or perhaps the NHTSA wants to come out with a plan that says if you're speeding, then the manufacturer should put some automatic governor on that vehicle to slow you down so you're going the speed limit. Those are what ifs, but the reality is those what ifs are allowed under these provisions when NHTSA just simply has the power to say, well, we really think that we want this information for safety research to determine what type of equipment that we want to mandate later or we think is important. So I'm proposing that we strike those simple paragraphs in Section D, limitations of information retrieval, that give that what I think is open and unwielding power to NHTSA. Now, at this point, if anybody would like me to yield on this point, I would be glad. Chairman Waxman.
Thank you for yielding to me. I want to explain why I think it would not be a good idea to strike these provisions in the bill. It would constrain NHTSA's safety efforts, and I don't think it's really going to have much of an impact on the privacy of the consumers. There are two reasons NHTSA would collect this information. Data collection for statistical purposes and defect investigations. Both of these are essential operations for the agency, and the government need for access to the data is clear. In the statistical work, NHTSA uses the real-world crash data taken from EDRs to study and understand how crashes happen. This data holds great scientific value, and it's an underpinning of industry, academic, and government research and development for safety innovation. At a time when we're focused on improving NHTSA's research capabilities and strengthening its investigative authorities, I don't think we should constrain its ability to seek this information. I'm afraid your amendment would set up a hurdle for NHTSA when they're not needed. So I respectfully would urge members to not vote for this amendment.
Yeah, reclaiming my time. I appreciate that perspective, and my perspective comes from protecting the consumer's data and the rights of privacy here. I realize safety is important too, but we seem to be empowering in almost an unbridled way the power to obtain data from the consumer. And we've had some great debates on both sides of the aisle where, you know, we've talked about protecting people's rights to make sure that they didn't, the public couldn't find out or government couldn't find out that a senior was buying Depends. But yet somehow we want to give carte blanche access now to private data. And it isn't even related to an accident. they can just come in and say, well, we want data pertaining to this model, and everyone that has that model would have to turn over that information. And so this is really a broad provision. Well, since my time has expired, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back his time. Chair would just recognize himself for the simple comment that throughout the history of NHTSA's data collection program and defect investigations, there have been no complaints about the misuse, disclosure, or improper handling of personally identifiable information collected from an EDR or any other source. And so that doesn't give personal data on an individual. It gives information in a statistical way or related to an accident. That would be the purpose of these EDRs.
Mr. Chairman,
yield my time to the gentleman from
to speak in support
Illinois.
of the amendment. Speak in support of the
Gentleman's recognized for the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'll be brief. I just want to weigh in support of the amendment. Government's too big, costs too much, gathers too much information. When someone buys a vehicle and the information collected in that vehicle should be that owner's, there is a culpable concern out in America today about government being too big and having too much information. And so if I'm buying a vehicle and there is information gathered, I don't want government gathering that information. And I think most of my constituents in my district would agree. So I appreciate the amendment, and I ask people to support the amendment. Yield back.
Gentlemen, yield back to me. The only sensitive information that would be gathered is the location, and NHTSA does not get that information. Right, it's for emergency notification. Except for emergency notification, and it doesn't go to. I don't believe it goes to NHTSA, does it? Emergency responders. It goes to emergency responders. It doesn't say your name or anybody else's name. The only thing that I can imagine sensitive is where you are when an accident takes place. None of that will go to NHTSA. That will be on the data recorder, and if there's an accident, then that information can be transmitted to emergency responders. So I don't think that it's a violation of that privacy.
I don't serve on subcommittee, probably not as well informed as I should be, but I do understand that Mr. Terry's concern, and I would just highlight the issue that, if people have the ability through the private market system to now purchase things that identify emergency service location when things occur, and the market can provide that information, and I think it's still your time, Mr. Chairman.
Well, I'd be happy to yield to Mr.
Yeah. In response, I just say that the provision that we're specifically proposing to strike says information is retrieved by government motor vehicle safety agency for the purpose of improving motor vehicle safety. Now, it does talk about personally identifiable information, but the reality is if they want to capture information to be able to determine safety procedures, then it doesn't have to be an accident, and they can figure out who owns the vehicles. They can sit there and say, we want every Camry owner from 2004 to 2008, and they'll get the personally identifiable number to get to the information, to get to the black box. And that's what I'm worried about. So I yield back.
Gentlemen would permit, the bill provides that the manufacturer is prohibited from giving out information to NHTSA on the location of the vehicle except for emergency purposes. It's up to the manufacturer to decide whether they're going to have this information available for emergency responders, but they will not be giving it to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, not going to the government. If it's needed for emergency purposes, it will go to emergency responders. I yield back the balance of my time. Anybody else wish to be recognized on this amendment? If not, let's proceed to a vote. All those in favor of the Terry amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Well, the chair believes the noes have it. Do you want a roll call?
You want a roll call?
Okay. Further amendments to the bill?
Oh, I have an amendment, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, yes. Gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for purposes of offering an amendment.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. This legislation...
Well, the clerk will report the amendment.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And
I was so excited about it. It's database 001.
What's the number?
Database 001.
Database. Thank you.
I guess I should let him bring it up.
Amendment to H.R. 5381 offered by Mr. Whitfield.
Without objection, the
15
amendment will
strike
be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. This legislation does require NHTSA to improve its searchable database of public information. And while the bill does prescribe certain standards for that collection, in my view, it lacks any safeguard whatsoever to ensure the information's accuracy. This amendment simply does a couple of three things. First of all, it requires NHTSA to provide a clear and conspicuous nature notice that the agency does not guarantee the accuracy of the information that was called in. All of us know from experiences on the internet, when you get the public involved, there's a lot of information going around that is simply not accurate. And so this amendment, as I said, would simply require NHTSA to put in a conspicuous notice that they do not guarantee the accuracy or completeness of the information. Additionally, personal information about the submitter of the information to the database cannot be disclosed by NHTSA and can only be disclosed to the manufacturer with the consent of the individual. And then finally, NHTSA must contact the relevant auto manufacturer when a complaint is submitted to the database about one of their vehicles and simply allow the manufacturer an opportunity to respond publicly to the complaint. Information is only an asset to consumers when it is accurate and legitimate. And my amendment simply provides more transparency, in my view, to ensure that the new database can be a tool to keep consumers informed by installing quality safeguards and enriching the database with the expert opinions of manufacturers. And I might also add, Mr. Chairman, that we had a provision similar to this in the toy bill, which Congress passed about a year ago, providing manufacturers the ability to provide information counter to what they considered inaccurate information. And with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yield to me on his time. What your amendment would do would be to strike what I think is pretty good language that was proposed by Chairman Emeritus Dingell that would require NHTSA to establish a searchable recall database for use by consumers. That database would be useful for drivers seeking information about a recall or trying to determine the safety of their own car and any defects that need to be remediated. The amendment is structured in a very strange way. It claims to be about improved accuracy and quality, but it directs the agency to tell the public that the databases are neither accurate nor complete. And then it invites the manufacturers to second guess and undermine consumer complaints submitted to NHTSA. So I don't know that it improves the NHTSA's database. It'll only slow NHTSA down, drown it in a process, and prevent anything from being disclosed to the public. I don't see anything wrong with the language that's in the bill so that they create this database and the consumer can access it for those very legitimate reasons. Yield back your time.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. As I said, though, NHTSA is simply in this notice is not guaranteeing the accuracy of the database, but I personally think that this would provide more transparency, maximize the opportunity that consumers have the most accurate information, but I also recognize that you're opposed to it, and but I would still urge people to consider it and support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are we ready for the question? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. Further amendments to the bill? Yes, Mr. Gingrey.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk. It's listed as authorization 001.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to H.R. 5381 offered. I'm sorry, who's offering this? I'm sorry, Mr. Gingrey.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, during last week's Commerce, Trade, and Consumer Protection Subcommittee markup, my Republican colleagues and I offered and subsequently withdrew each of our amendments with the hope that the majority would work with us on a number of our concerns that we have with this legislation. Unfortunately, despite positive improvements from bipartisan staff efforts, one of my biggest concerns has still not been fully addressed. Mr. Chairman, on May the 12th, it was reported by the Treasury Department that the federal government continues to run an estimated $1.84 trillion budget deficit for this current fiscal year while maintaining a national debt of close to $13 trillion. Simply put, we need to act prudently when spending taxpayer dollars. During the hearings that were held on NHTSA, both the Transportation Secretary, Ray LaHood, and NHTSA Administrator David Strickland indicated clearly that they have the resources necessary either at their disposal or available through contracting on an as-needed basis to accomplish their safety goals. Mr. Chairman, despite the efforts to find compromise in this bill, the first-year authorization of the legislation is still at $200 million. In the 2 following years, the authorization, the funding levels are $240 million and $280 million, respectively. In the fiscal year 2011 budget request that the President submitted, he only requested that NHTSA receive $133 million. Mr. Chairman, we need to get a handle on the out-of-control spending mentality that exists here in Congress. Unfortunately, the Democratic majority has not, for the first time since the enactment of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974, even brought forward a budget resolution before the full House. Therefore, I believe one place we can begin to demonstrate fiscal restraint is within this bill. This is precisely why I've offered the amendment. The amendment makes this bill a one-year authorization. It provides $136.8 million available to NHTSA. This falls in line with the President's budget request, and it also accounts for an additional $4 million that will establish the Center for Vehicle Electronics and Engineering Technologies to integrate NHTSA's expertise in vehicle safety within electronic systems. We agree with that. Unfortunately, the underlying legislation before us increases authorization levels for NHTSA over a 3-year period by close to $70 million in the first year, $100 million in the second year, and $150 million in the final year of the bill. In the same news story I mentioned earlier, MSNBC reported that the United States has, for the first time since 1983, run a deficit for the month of April. For fiscal year 2010 alone, we have already incurred $802 billion worth of deficit spending. For the month of April, which includes tax day, deficit spending was $20.9 billion. When compared this to last year, April, the federal government actually ran a $159 billion surplus for that month alone. Clearly, this further validates the point that we need to rein in spending. So, Mr. Chairman, due to the budget woes facing our nation, as articulated by this particular article, I believe, given our current conditions, we need to demonstrate some fiscal restraint in all areas of federal government. There's no better place to start than NHTSA, particularly when there is little evidence to substantiate that these increases in funding are necessary. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe this amendment demonstrates the need, as I say, to reevaluate the budget numbers associated with this bill. I urge all my colleagues to support this amendment. It's a fiscally responsible thing to do. It gives them the money that the Transportation Secretary and the Administrator of NHTSA clearly said at our legislative hearing a couple of weeks ago. So support this amendment, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. It isn't just the safety advocates who are calling for the agency to have more resources available to them. The auto manufacturers have called for increases in funding for data collection, among other operations of NHTSA. And a former NHTSA administrator during the Bush administration, Dr. Jeffrey Runge, made a compelling case to the subcommittee last year. He noted that he had 600 people on staff as compared to about 1,100 during the 1970s. And with the resource deficiency, NHTSA has trouble staying focused on emerging trends in the industry. He said, and I want to quote, "It's a zero-sum game for the agency, and if they're going to step back and take a more comprehensive view, there's a certain cycle of activity that's going on every day, just focusing on the regulatory agenda. To step back and take a larger view would really require additional resources." What Dr. Runge referenced is exactly what we need to do with this bill. We need NHTSA to have the capability to step back and take a larger view. We need it to see the emerging technologies and predict the next safety concerns. We need it to be doing innovative research, and we want them to be able to independently evaluate the manufacturer's claims when conducting investigations. Rebuilding this level of expertise and improving NHTSA's operations will require infusion of funds. And while I certainly share the gentleman's concerns about the deficit, I think this would be a short-sighted way for us to reauthorize the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration by making it just a one-year authorization and reducing the level of funding. We will have a chance to look at the budget and to look at the appropriations under that budget, but we ought to reauthorize the bill with in a multi-year time frame with adequate levels of funding. So I, with all due respect, oppose the gentleman's amendment. Any further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Whitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I certainly want to thank Mr. Gingrey for offering this amendment, which I consider to be very important. The underlying legislation increases the authorization from 200 to 240 to 280 million up through the year 2013. And I believe that every member of Congress, when they go home today, they do hear from constituents concerned about the deficit and the federal debt. And all of us would stipulate and agree that we do need to have resources to look at new technology to improve safety. But at a time when we're in this financial situation and the administrator, as Mr. Gingrey said, testified that they did not need additional resources in their view to do their job. And so when the person responsible for the agency makes that argument, for Congress to be saying, no, you're going to take this additional money whether you want it or not, at a time when the country is struggling with its financial situation. And then on top of that, when you consider that, as there was testimony on this as well, that NHTSA's latest report reveals the lowest fatality rate on record of 1.16 fatalities per 100 million vehicle miles traveled. And 20 years ago, that figure was up to 3.34 fatalities per 100 million vehicle miles traveled. So I think Mr. Gingrey's amendment is a prudent one. I think it uses a lot of common sense, and all of us recognize that we can improve a lot of agencies and do a lot of things with additional money, but at this particular time of our nation's history, where we are with a serious $12.9 trillion federal debt. I would hope that we'd be a little bit more prudent on the authorization, particularly when the administrator himself said that they did not feel like they needed additional resources. And I would
Will the gentleman just yield on that one point?
Yes, sir.
Anybody that's representing the administration cannot come in and ask for what they want. They submit their request to the administration, and Office of Management and Budget makes the decision. And once the decision's made for the administrator has to say that's all they need. But we did hear from the former head of NHTSA, who was under President Bush, and he pointed out very clearly, and he wasn't bound by OMB at this point, that they need more, and I would submit that this one, this NHTSA needs more too. So we have a disagreement on that issue.
Well, Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I take back my time, but I would just emphasize once again that there's not one program in government that there would not be people advocating to give more money to. But at a time when we are struggling with this $12.9 trillion federal debt that's expected to increase up to the 22, 23 trillions over the next 10 years, if there's ever a time that we need to be prudent, I think it's now, and particularly when we're living in the most safe period of automobile traffic in our nation's history. So with that, I'd yield back the balance of my time.
Any further discussion? Are we ready for the question? All those in favor of the Gingrey amendment will say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a recorded vote on that. I think the American people would like to know whether how we stand on our needs.
Gentleman requests a recorded vote. We'll proceed to a recorded vote.
Mr. Waxman?
No.
Mr. Waxman, no. Mr. Dingell? No. Mr. Dingell votes no. Mr. Markey? Mr. Boucher? Mr. Gordon? Mr. Rush? Ms. Eshoo? Mr. Stupak? Mr. Stupak, no. Mr. Engel? Mr. Green? Mr. Green, no. Ms. DeGette? Mrs. Capps? Mr. Doyle? Ms. Harmon? Ms. Zukowski? Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Inslee? Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Wiener? Mr. Matheson? Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Melanson? Mr. Barrow? Mr. Barrow, no. Mr. Hill? Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui votes no. Mrs. Christensen? Ms. Castor? Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes, no. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut? Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Space? Mr. Space, no. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney, no. Ms. Sutton? Ms. Sutton, no. Mr. Braley? Mr. Braley, no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Barton? Mr. Hall? Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Shadegg? Mr. Blunt? Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Boyer? Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Pitts? Ms. Bono Mack? Votes no. Ms. Bono Mack, no. I'm sorry, you want off no on aye? Okay. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mrs. Myrick? Mrs. Myrick, aye. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. I'm sorry, did I call Mr. Murphy? Mr. Murphy, Pennsylvania. Answer, okay. Ms. Blackburn. Mr. Gingrey. Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta, aye. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Boucher, no. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson votes no. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, no. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, no.
There's another, Mr. Radonovich.
Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Radonovich, aye. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey votes no.
Have all members responded to the call of the roll? Anyone wish to change his or her vote? Mr. Welch is about to walk in. Is that the story? Well, let's announce the vote and move on.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 15 and the nays were 18.
15 ayes, 18 noes, and the amendment's not agreed to. Are there further amendments?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Blunt.
I have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Blunt has an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. As I understand it, this is an amendment to an amendment we adopted earlier without objection. The gentleman from Missouri will be permitted to offer an amendment to the Waxman amendment that was previously adopted.
This is an amendment to that amendment, Mr. Chairman, and
Clerk,
appreciate the opportunity to order.
Clerk has the amendment at the desk.
Yes. Amendment offered by Mr. Blunt to the Waxman amendment.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read. The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I thank you for that. The amendment would not have taken long to read because it just simply strikes Section 501 and the table of contents accordingly. And in a couple of minutes, I'll talk to our friend Mr. Braley about his amendment with some questions on that. First, Mr. Chairman, I would submit for the record a letter from the American Automotive Leasing Association, the American Car Rental Association, American Financial Services Association, American Insurance Association, the American International Auto Dealers, the American Trucking Association, American Tort Reform, and others that addressed to you and the ranking member and received today and yesterday by the members of the committee expressing concern about this amendment and hoping that the committee would not include it in the markup. Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, those letters will be made part of the record.
I thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is, in effect, I think, a language that would rewrite the NHTSA regulations that were enacted between 2005 and 2008, depriving any statement on preemption contained within those regulations of any effect. In other words, this provision in the previous amendment would retroactively alter the law, in my view, and I believe the view of the many organizations I just mentioned and others on that letter. In this instance, retroactivity would work to the extreme detriment of automobile manufacturers who relied on the law as it was written in designing vehicles to meet federal standards. It also has the possibility of dramatically impacting other industries such as leasing agencies and car rental companies. Additionally, I worry that enactment of this provision might have a troubling and far-reaching effect on other key pieces of federal legislation that seek to ensure that private companies are not needlessly exposed to frivolous lawsuits, particularly at the state level. The letter that I submitted suggests that this language would essentially create a new standard that any federal regulation in any way related to safety standards would not preempt any injury claim under state law unless a federal law or regulation expressly provides for such preemption. This provision would affect automobile, rental leasing, and many other industries in a number of ways, including safety equipment on vehicles. This language would also affect all sorts of manufacturers and distributors of products, and it's in the record. Before 2005, many companies continued the practice of leasing vehicles through dealers, particularly in the state of New York. After Congress enacted the Graves voucher language in 2005 and rightfully limited vicarious liability, companies were able to resume leasing in New York State and immediately did. There are other examples of this. New York is probably the greatest example of this. Section 501 of this language, of this legislation, severely weakens the protection currently available to companies and individuals throughout the leasing industry, particularly the auto leasing industry. The Graves voucher language added predictability and certainty to the auto industry. Weakening this language, whatever the intent, would be devastating to an already ailing sector of our economy. The enactment of this provision would at the very least force car companies and rental agencies to reconsider the amount of business they conduct in certain states. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to inquire of our friend, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Braley, for the purpose, what the purpose of his language is. Is there anything other than, does this do anything other than create a series of concerns about the current status of regulations and preemption that the Department has issued? And I'd yield, Mr. Braley.
Well, I would just point out to the gentleman from Missouri that there has been a lot of confusion about what is in the manager's amendment and what was included in a separate amendment that I had considered offering but did not offer during this proceeding or during the markup last week. That amendment addressed specifically the issue of the Graves Amendment, and it's very important for everyone to understand that the language included in the manager's amendment does not include any section regarding rental cars, nor does it relate to the Graves Amendment. The language in the manager's amendment is completely separate and distinct. And to my knowledge, there were not any regulations that were issued by the NHTSA during the time frame that's covered by the manager's amendment dealing with the issue of rental cars. So I'm more than happy to respond to the underlying basis for the amendment, which is to restore the doctrine of federal preemption that existed for over 100 years before George Bush became president, and federal agencies started usurping the proper role of Congress in a federal scheme by allowing unnamed federal bureaucrats to initiate the doctrine of preemption without any express direction from Congress. That is the purpose of the language that was included in the manager's amendment.
So what about the section, Mr. Braley, on what does this mean during the years 2005 and 2008? I think I just heard you say that there were no regulations issued, so why would we want to see that they couldn't finish?
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, well, I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm just trying to understand.
No, you brought up two separate issues. One is the general federal doctrine of preemption, which is the focus of the language in the manager's amendment. You also referred to the Graves Amendment, which is a very defined amendment dealing with the rental car industry. I had originally proposed two amendments to the committee, one dealing with the impact of the Graves Amendment, one dealing with the general concept of federal preemption during the time frame that you have been describing. That is included in the manager's amendment. The language dealing with the Graves Amendment is not included in the manager's amendment, nor did I offer that amendment, and I do not intend to do so. So I'm just trying to make sure you understand, Mr. Blunt, the concerns that may have been raised to you about the impact on the Graves Amendment, in my understanding, are not covered by the intent of the language included in the manager's amendment. I do have a list of the regulations that NHTSA, which is the very narrow focus of the language included in the manager's amendment now, regulations that they did issue during the time period involved, and I don't see any regulation dealing with the rental car industry. So I don't know how the Graves language could be impacted by something we're doing that addresses those specific regulations.
And would the principle be the same, that the industry should have been able to act on those regulations and move forward based on those regulations that we now say would have no effect, whether it was the rental car industry or some other industry?
Well, this only deals with the actions taken by NHTSA within their statutory framework. So I'm not aware of the role that NHTSA plays in regulating the rental car industry. I'm not prepared to tell you whether that would have an impact on something that has already taken place. But clearly within the regulations we've identified during this time period, I see nothing that directly relates to the leasing of rental cars.
Gentleman's time has expired. Without objection, gentleman from Missouri, give an additional minute.
Well, I thank you for the additional minute. I think the principle is still the same, that if these organizations have moved forward that are impacted by these regulations and made decisions based on the regulations, and now we go back and say in this specific statute that regulations during the years 2005 through 2008 shall not be considered in determining whether any such rule preempts any action. It's a very direct attempt to obviously reinstate an earlier view of preemption. And in the earliest views of preemption, by the way, the view was that if the federal government intervened, it was by definition preempted, and that was the absolute rule in the country up until the 1930s. And only since then has there been any concern about this idea of the federal government somehow had not preempted state laws when it took an action. We're talking here about regulations that were issued. People acted on those regulations, and now this bill would go back and say that the court should view these regulations as if they had never occurred. And I hope my colleagues will join me in approving this amendment and having this discussion. More than we had one amendment yesterday, we have another amendment today. This is a huge issue. It's also a huge principle, and I thank you for the time.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes himself. on this amendment in opposition to it. What we had at the agency was a practice that was really unheard of. They're, of course, supposed to adopt regulations, and they would take notice and comment on the regulations. Then they promulgate the regulations, and then without any notice or comment to anybody else, they said, here's our regulation, and this regulation preempts all the states and state laws. Well, there was no chance for people to be heard on that. Interested parties didn't have an opportunity to comment on this approach. And what we have is the agency writing the law. If Congress intends for every regulation adopted by an agency to be preempting state laws, we ought to make that decision, not the agency itself. What Mr. Braley urged we do in our amendment, which we adopted already, it reflects a compromise. Reach with the auto manufacturers to address the problem. And the compromise would be that they cannot preempt the state law itself. We don't want a runaway bureaucracy deciding they're the ones to make laws for everybody. If we want something preempted, we ought to preempt it. If we don't want preemption, then we can specifically say we don't want preemption or remain silent on it. But the agency, I think, acted in a way that took on more power than they should have, and this sets out the power for the agency to adopt regulations, but not to use the adoption of regulations to decide when and if they want to preempt the states. That's not their job. So I would urge opposition to the Blunt amendment. I have time if anybody else wants to speak on this issue.
Would the gentleman yield?
I yield to Mr. Braley.
I want to thank the chairman for yielding, and it's also important to note that this amendment is consistent with President Obama's executive order that he issued the very first day or very first week in office, rolling back this practice that developed under the previous administration of usurping the function of Congress, which is the proper role of federal preemption. Congress, not a federal bureaucrat under the doctrine of preemption, has the authority to preempt state law. The language in the manager's amendment protects American families, upholds state rights, and ensures the will of federal elected officials will prevail over unelected bureaucrats. Prior to 2005, NHTSA always believed that both federal regulation and state tort claims are necessary to protect consumers. But during the period of 2005 to 2008, unelected bureaucrats at NHTSA issued numerous safety regulations with preamble language claiming that those regulations adopted by bureaucrats, oftentimes without public comment, preempted state law claims. And they based it on a Supreme Court decision in 2000, Geyer versus Honda Motor Company, and the Supreme Court subsequently disagreed with that practice in the case of Wyeth versus Levine, which was handed down last year, and said that federal agencies cannot cite to the Geyer case to claim preemption. This language ensures that these nameless bureaucrats are not given the power of Congress to determine when we preempt state law. The language of the manager's amendment is clear that Congress still has authority to preempt state law, but it is Congress's role, not an unnamed, faceless federal bureaucrat, to do that. And to get to Mr. Blunt's point, the language that was already adopted in these regulations is still as admissible as evidence that these manufacturers met the appropriate standard of safety at the time those vehicles were placed in service. So it's still going to be admissible as what the appropriate standard was, and therefore there will be no elimination of those regulations as a defense that these products met the state of the art at the time they were placed in service. And in almost every product liability claim, the defense of conforming to the state of the art at the time the vehicle was placed in purchase is an absolute defense to liability. So the regulations still have an important role. We are not throwing them out, and we're just reinstating the role that Congress has played under the doctrine of preemption since this country was founded. And with that,
if I can reclaim my time,
I'll yield back.
This is repealing the preemption, where the agency, and not just NHTSA, other agencies, but we can't reach them now, decided they would just write in the language of preemption. It does not eliminate the ability of a defendant to argue preemption in court. This is about whether NHTSA discussing preemption in the rulemaking process in a preamble, which was never open for notice or comment and for others to express their views. Mr. Whitfield, do you wish to be recognized?
Yes, thank you very much. When you say that this is repealing preemption, what is it your understanding as to when the preemption doctrine that you're repealing went into effect?
Well, I think that there's a serious question whether the agency ever had the right to do any preemption, because it wasn't part of the rulemaking. They would do their rulemaking and then by a preamble say, oh, by the way, this preempts other laws. Well, they don't have the authority to do that.
Well, if there is no federal preemption, then why do we need to be repealing the federal preemption?
Because it's murky. There's a preamble to the rules that say that this agency determines there's preemption.
Well,
that doesn't mean that they have the right to do that.
I mean, I find it interesting that the gentleman from Iowa was being so critical of unelected bureaucrats at NHTSA when this bill is going to put more bureaucrats at NHTSA at work with a lot more money available to them. And from the lawyers that I've talked to that have looked at this, it seems here that we're strictly eliminating defenses based on conflict preemption. And
gentlemen, yield to me, that's not what we're doing at all. Like, a defendant in a case can still argue that there's preemption. What we're saying is that NHTSA cannot make that decision in a case. It would be up to a court.
Well, okay, let's say that NHTSA has a regulation and an automobile manufacturer or someone driving it meets that regulation, but a state law or regulation is different than, and there's some accident, would the defendant be successful basing it on the federal regulation as opposed to the state regulation?
Well, let me give you an example, and I'm not going to be precise on this, but NHTSA had to deal with the issue of the roof crushing in on a car, injuring people. And they set a standard by which cars had to meet to avoid this kind of thing happening. That's their job. And we want them to have the resources to do that kind of job, set up standards for the automobile manufacturers. But they went beyond that. And they said, as a preamble, they issued the standard, then asked for notice and comment. They got the notice and comment, issued the standard, and then wrote a preamble saying, and this preempts state laws on the subject. Why did they have to add that? It isn't part of their authority. They were abusing their power. Now, if there's a case in the state of Kentucky where somebody wants to bring a product liability case for a roof that was crushed in the past, they can assert that this law, the state ought to recognize that there was a standard at federal law and they met that standard. That will be a very powerful argument in defense. But we don't think that NHTSA and these other agencies should be in preambles without a chance for notice and comment, saying they're going to make the decision of when and if something is going to be preempted.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that conflict preemption is based upon the intent of the agency, and it appears to me that this amendment would prevent NHTSA from stating its intent. And I've also been told that if a plaintiff is seeking damages against a manufacturer, as I mentioned earlier, on the basis of the height of a head restraint, that it meets the federal regulations, and because of that, there happens to be an automobile accident, that under state law, they would not be able to use the fact that they met the federal requirement, would not be able to use that as a defense. So it appears that they would be in a conflict situation without an opportunity to be successful.
If you yield to me, I disagree with that. It's the agency has the job of enacting regulations to support the law, not to write the law. let's say you had the Food and Drug Administration adopting a medical device, and then they said then the adoption of this medical device should not be taken into consideration if anybody is suing because they're injured by this device. Well, that would be quite remarkable for them to make that kind of a decision. They don't have the authority to do it. They shouldn't have the authority to do it either way when that's not what the law asks them to adopt regulations to implement.
I guess I have.
You want
my time's
2 additional
expired.
minutes?
Well, I think Mr. Rogers wanted to be recognized.
Mr. Rogers, do you want 5 minutes and you can yield to others? 2 minutes? Okay, I yield the gentleman 2 minutes.
I just wanted to respond. If you build we build some fine cars. I represent Lansing, Michigan, the CTS Cadillac. If you don't have one, see me after. And think about what you're doing here. You're saying, listen, we want to sell that car in 50 states, in 150 countries, if we can. So one of the reasons you have a federal standard is so that I don't have to build 50 models of the same car in 50 places. And what you're saying is, well, a court will decide. It's admissible. That's trial lawyer talk for an explosion of costs and lawsuits. Because you know what? I can take the chance. Even if they win, they lose. It costs them hundreds of thousands of dollars. So guess who's going to pay for that? Everybody that shows up in the showroom to try to buy a car. The reason we have minimum standards, and we do it so that I can produce one car for 50 states, is so consumers get a safe product that at a reasonable price in 50 states. This absolutely undoes what we have right now is good for consumers. And you know what? It's working. The problem, this is what's so frustrating about this, is it's working now. Because guess what? Survivability on vehicles per 100,000 has come down dramatically because of safety standards. Why would we seek to undo something and cost thousands of jobs, increase cost to consumers, make trial lawyers rich, and not do one doggone thing to make that car safer? That's what you're going to do. We're already having a hard time being competitive in the world. We have lost hundreds of thousands of jobs. This is not going to help. It's going to hurt to that end. I don't know why we do this to ourselves. It's working. Leave it alone. Let them build great cars. Let consumers make their choices. And guess what? They're going to drive in their driveways at the end of the day in a good, safe, reasonably priced automobile. I'd yield back.
Mr. Chairman.
Gentleman yields his time. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to stay your last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I yield for whatever time you may consume to the chairman.
I thank you for yielding to me. The gentleman from Michigan just argued that we ought to have a standard requirement for the manufacturer of an automobile wherever that car may be sold. We now have a standard emission test. We used to have 2, California, and those that adopted the California standard. We decided that it was too great a burden. We have 1 standard for emissions. We have standards established by NHTSA for safety. That is the only standard. The state of California can't say, well, the federal government says that this is what is needed. This is the regulation that's needed for safety dealing with rollovers. And then the state can say, well, that's great, but we want to add an additional standard. That's not permitted. 1 standard, all cars meet it, and states are preempted from adopting additional standards.
Will the gentleman yield?
Not yet. You're not listening to me because I'm about to make my argument.
I thought it was pretty good so far. Wrong, but pretty good.
My argument is that under state laws, people who are injured sue under the state law. And when they go and sue somebody, they have to make an argument why, let's say, the automobile manufacturer did something that was negligent or that for which they ought to be held accountable. Well, the automobile manufacturer could come in and say, I adopted the standard that the federal government required of me. They can make that argument. It's then up to the court to decide, well, does that mean that we have to settle it right there and then? If somebody says, well, it's not the standard, but some other thing, and what we're saying is when the federal government adopts a standard, it doesn't preempt tort law. it doesn't preempt the law under which an injured party can sue under the state law. The federal standard applies everywhere in the country. The federal standard will be allowed into evidence to argue that they complied with what is required of the manufacturer, and that it shouldn't be held further to any further liability. But that doesn't mean that the agency should on its own decide that it's going to preempt the tort law. It can preempt any law dealing with the standards for cars. So I respectfully disagree with the gentleman from Michigan's argument that we have one market, we ought to have one standard. That we do have one market, we do have one standard, and that's the way it should be, and that's preempted.
Would the gentleman yield?
Gentleman from Illinois.
Certainly, I yield.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Mr. Chairman, on the letter that I submitted earlier, I did verify that it came in after these groups saw the current language, so they apparently don't see this as the same, meeting the same test that you do. But the one question I specifically have is that under the Graves Boucher addition to law in 2005 or 6, they eliminated the potential of vicarious liability.
Gentlemen, yield to me.
Yes.
That is specifically not dealt with. There was concern that it might be dealt with, but that is not in the manager's amendment.
Specifically not dealt with, and the congressional authority in that case to preempt.
It stands.
It stands.
Yes. So if they misunderstood the amendment, they might have a different. They might have submitted a view that would indicate that they were not correct in understanding the amendment and oppose it for that reason, but that's not in the amendment.
Well, I do think that the letter that I submitted, Mr. Chairman, was submitted after the final language put in the bill, but I'm glad to clarify the vicarious liability question, and I still think that the preemption question and the ability to rely on these regulations, particularly regulations that have been created in the past, is important. You know, as the gentleman from Iowa mentioned, the Obama memorandum about review of preemption for all regulations, the administration could submit new regulations if they wanted to and eliminate the preemption clause, and that would be the proper process to go through and undo a regulation. I don't know that they could do that retroactively, but they could certainly undo that, and that's what the Obama administration apparently directs, a memorandum directs them to do, and they haven't thought that all these rules needed to be undone, or that the preemption clause needed to be removed, and I thank the gentleman for yielding me on his.
Would the gentleman
time
yield?
Has expired, and I would like to proceed to a question. Who seeks recognition? If the gentleman would permit, I think we ought to go to the vote. Then let's proceed to the vote. All those in favor of the Blunt amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a recorded vote.
The gentleman requested a recorded vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Waxman?
No.
Mr. Waxman, no. Mr. Dingell? Mr. Dingell, no. Mr. Markey? Mr. Boucher? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Gordon? Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush, no. Ms. Eshoo? Ms. Eshoo, no. Mr. Stupak? Mr. Stupak, no. Mr. Engel? Mr. Engel, no. Mr. Green? Ms. DeGette? Ms. DeGette, no. Mrs. Capps? Mrs. Capps, no. Mr. Doyle? Ms. Harmon? Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Inslee? Mr. Inslee, no. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Weiner? Mr. Matheson? Mr. Matheson, no. Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield, no. Mr. Melanson? Mr. Barrow? Mr. Barrow, no. Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill, no. Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, no. Mrs. Christensen? Ms. Castor? Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes, no. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut? Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Space? Mr. Space, no. Mr. McNerney? Mr. McNerney, no. Ms. Sutton? Ms. Sutton, no. Mr. Braley? Ms. Braley, no. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Barton? Mr. Barton votes aye. Mr. Hall? Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Shadig? Mr. Blunt? Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Boyer? Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Radonovich, aye. Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts, aye. Ms. Bonomack? Ms. Bonomack, aye. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mrs. Myrick? Mrs. Myrick, aye. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy, Pennsylvania? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Ms. Blackburn? Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta, aye. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Boucher is aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes no. Mr. Melanson? Mr. Melanson, no. Mr. Doyle votes no. Mr. Doyle votes no.
Have all members responded to the call of the roll? Any member wish to change his or her vote? If not, the clerk will tally the vote. Clerk will announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 18 and the nays were 28.
18
18 to
ayes?
28, I'm sorry.
18 ayes,
28 nays.
Could the clerk repeat the vote?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Too late. Yes.
On that vote, the yeas were 18, the nays were 28.
18 ayes, 28 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments to the bill? Who seeks recognition? Mr. Rogers, do you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment to the desk. I think it's called Penalty 2, XML.
Without objection, that amendment will be considered as read. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Basically, what this amendment does is stay the penalty by government-owned manufacturers until the U.S. government financial interest is dissolved. The elephant in the room on all of these provisions is that the government ownership and guarantees of two of our U.S. automakers. And so we have a classic principal versus agent problem where the owner is also the regulator of the competition and needs to maximize the value of the companies to maximize the repayment to taxpayers when the companies are sold off. So this is a very simple amendment. If we believe that these penalties, like I do, should punish companies for wrongdoing, it shouldn't be done at the expense of the taxpayer. It also, I would argue, would lead even good people to consider tolerating a higher degree of risk, knowing that there's the deep pockets of the taxpayer that would end up footing the bill for any potential penalty. So this simply stays the payment of the penalty until the companies are fully dissolved from government ownership. And I would argue this is a pretty sensible amendment. We all ought to agree on this, and hopefully we can come to some agreement, get this passed. And I would
gentleman,
yield back.
On your time.
Yes, sir.
When President Obama took action to stabilize the auto industry, he talked about the importance of restructuring, modernizing, and making the companies more competitive. He didn't say that they should get a free pass on safety. Why would we want to say that senior safety personnel at companies with federal ownership will not be held accountable for information they provide to NHTSA in a safety investigation? You might say the companies that have federal ownership interests need to be even more careful about safety compliance, not less. They should be accountable to vehicle owners, shareholders, and taxpayers. So I would disagree with the gentleman and urge a no vote on the amendment.
Can I reclaim my time?
It's your time.
Again, this is not about anyone getting a pass. The problem is if you levy a penalty on a company that is government-owned, then the government will pay a portion based on ownership of that penalty. That's not fair to taxpayers. So all this says is you're going to get the penalty, you will be held accountable, and it will be shareholders that pay the price, not the United States government. That's really all this does. So I think we just have an honest disagreement. I would encourage the passage of it, and I would yield back my time.
I would like to ask the council, does this provide a change in the responsibility if they work for a company that has a public ownership, or does it say that the company that's publicly owned will have its shareholders pay and not the taxpayers pay for its liability if they misrepresented something to NHTSA?
It simply says that the penalty is delayed until the government interest is divested, I believe.
It says the penalty...
That the penalty is delayed.
So if there's a penalty, they don't have to pay it until...
Until there's no government interest in the company at all.
And we don't know how long that might be, but delay doesn't mean that the shareholders would pay for it when there's a delay, but the penalty would be imposed nevertheless?
The penalty would be assessed.
But not paid?
That's correct.
And
would it be paid after the U.S. divests?
Of all such ownership interest.
It would be paid at that point.
It would be stayed until that point.
Okay, well, my point here is that that's not what the gentleman represented. He said that you'd get the penalty and that would be paid for by the shareholders, not the government. Now it's not even going to be paid by the shareholders until the government has no interest in it. I just don't see the reason for this amendment.
Well, reclaiming my time, I'm
yes,
still on my time. This is exactly the point, and what I didn't misrepresent it at all. If you pay the fine when the government owns the company, the taxpayers are liable for whatever government share is there. If you say that you're going to stay the fine until shareholders own 100% of the company, which they should anyway, then shareholders pay the fine. That's all I'm saying. I think it's very simple.
Will the gentleman yield for a question?
Absolutely.
I'd like to address this question to counsel. Are there any penalties that are directed to corporate officers for intentionally withholding or misleading information that's reportable to NHTSA?
In the legislation, yes. In the bill, there are civil penalties directed at senior officials.
Thank you.
Gentleman's time has expired. Chair recognizes himself for 1 minute. Simply to say there's a good argument to vote against this. If an executive is fined for making misrepresentations, that ought to be a payment of the fine, and they ought to be held accountable. And if the taxpayers are the owners, they ought to take action, and when the shareholders are solely the owners, they ought to take action, but they shouldn't have a fine that will not be paid under certain circumstances, but be paid by others. If we have businesses, whether it's run by the government or not, or owned by the government or not, they ought to be held to the same standards and the same requirements.
Will the gentleman yield just
yes,
a clarification?
Yes, certainly.
That's a different section of the law. So those fines would still move forward. So if you are being fined as the CFO or the CEO, that will continue to happen.
What does the council say about that claim?
The amendment before us amends Section 30165 of Title 49. The provision in the bill assessing fines against corporate officials also is inserted within Section 30165. So this would apply to that.
Even though the language says against the manufacturer?
Yeah, it says the manufacturer.
I don't know the answer to that, how that would.
Well, I disagree with the gentleman, and I urge people to vote against it. Do you want to say anything in conclusion? Are we ready for the question? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. You want a roll call vote? Okay. Before we call the roll, how many other amendments are there? The chair can inquire. I know that gentleman from Maryland has an amendment.
I think Scalise and Rogers. We just have
okay. Let's go to the roll. Call of the roll. I think there are 3 amendments. Perhaps we can move through those rapidly, and members ought to stick around if there's another roll call. The clerk will call the roll on this particular amendment.
Mr. Waxman?
No.
Mr. Waxman, no. Mr. Dingle? Mr. Dingle, no. Mr. Markey? Mr. Boucher? Mr. Pallone? Mr. Gordon? Mr. Rush? Ms. Eshoo? Ms. Eshoo votes no. Mr. Stupak? Mr. Stupak, no. Mr. Engel? Mr. Green? Ms. Deguette? Ms. Deguette, no. Mrs. Capps? Mrs. Capps, no. Mr. Doyle? Ms. Harmon? Ms. Schakowsky? Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Gonzalez? Mr. Inslee? Mr. Inslee, no. Ms. Baldwin? Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ross? Mr. Wiener? Mr. Wiener, no. Mr. Matheson? Mr. Butterfield? Mr. Butterfield, no. Mr. Melanson? Ms. Melanson, no. Mr. Barrow? Mr. Barrow, aye. Mr. Hill? Ms. Matsui? Ms. Matsui, no. Mrs. Christensen? Ms. Castor? Mr. Sarbanes? No. Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. Sarbanes, no. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Space. Mr. Space, no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney, no. Ms. Sutton. Ms. Sutton, no. Mr. Braley. Mr. Braley, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton votes aye. Mr. Hall. Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton, aye. Mr. Stearns. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shadegg. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Boyer. Mr. Radonovich. Mr. Radonovich, aye. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts, aye. Ms. Bonomack. Ms. Bonomack, aye. Mr. Terry. Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, aye. Mrs. Myrick. Mrs. Myrick, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Murphy, Pennsylvania. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, aye. Ms. Blackburn. Mr. Gingrey. Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Gifford. Mr. Griffith, sorry. Mr. Griffith, aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Markey votes no. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle votes no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch votes no. Ms. Blackburn. Ms. Blackburn votes aye.
All members responded to the call of the roll. Any member wish to change his or her vote? Clerk will tally the vote. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 17 and the nays were 23.
17 ayes, 23 noes. The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. Sarbanes, you have an amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment 2, H.R. 5381, offered
Without
by Mr.
objection,
Sarbanes.
the amendment will be considered as read, and gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're all very familiar with the scourge of drunk driving. In 2008, drunk driving killed 11,773 people nationwide. There has been, over the last couple of years, a partnership between the Automotive Coalition for Traffic Safety and NHTSA to begin to look at technology that could be deployed widely that would counter drunk driving. And what this amendment does, it has an acronym, Road Safe. I won't go into what that stands for, but basically it would establish a collaborative research effort within NHTSA which is called the Driver Alcohol Detection System Research Program. The idea is to move forward with some of the promising technologies that could be developed in order to create in-vehicle technology that would detect alcohol limits above what we want to see in terms of folks driving. This has been supported broadly. There's a broad coalition that's been working on this and is supportive of the bill. I want to salute Mothers Against Drunk Driving in particular for their strong advocacy, but also the Governor's Highway Safety Association, the Century Council, the Distilled Spirits Council, General Motors, Nationwide Insurance, Safe Kids International, many other organizations that understand how critical it is to curb drunk driving. So Section 109, which would be created by this amendment under Title I, would establish the driver alcohol detection system research effort. It would require that not later than 1 year after date of the enactment of the Act, the Secretary of Transportation would submit a report annually to this committee and to the Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee in the Senate that would describe the progress that's being made in carrying out this collaborative research effort. It would authorize $8 million annually for a period of 5 years towards this research, which is critical in terms of achieving kind of the breakthrough technology here. It is estimated that it would save between 8,000 and 9,000 lives per year if ultimately we can succeed in developing this technology and deploying it widely. And for that, I would urge my colleagues' support of the amendment.
Gentleman urges support for the amendment. Is there further discussion of the amendment? Yes, Ms. Myrick.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a question. Naturally, I support not having drunk drivers on the road, but my question is about the fact, doesn't this technology already exist that people can have it if they want it? And why do we spend $40 million to study it for 5 years if it's already out?
Yeah, it's a fair question. Well, the technology exists when it's deployed on sort of a customized basis, and typically it's being used now after somebody's been adjudicated one way or another, and this is a requirement for them to be able to drive it. It's what would be called an active system of detecting blood alcohol content and blood alcohol levels. The concept here is to develop technologies that can actually be deployed potentially universally, so it becomes just a passive part of the technology of the car. And there are promising technologies with respect to that. One of the reasons, you mentioned the cost, and that's a fair question. It's one I ask myself. But one of the reasons that the cost is where we've put it at $8 million on an annual basis is the technology would be developed in collaboration with Tier 1 auto part distributors so that along the way they can be examining how you bring this kind of technology to scale and deploy it across the board. So that's the difference between what you're recognizing in terms of the current technology and where we want to take the technology.
But is it not something that private enterprise would be developing anyway because it's a good idea and it would happen anyway without the government having to put out money to do this?
I think the government resources are critical here. I think the technology is something that we want to develop within sort of NHTSA's umbrella, if you will. And it does involve a partnership. It's not that the private enterprise isn't at the table. As I mentioned, you're going to have Tier 1 distributors that will be part of this already in the collaboration that has existed prior till now. You've had this partnership in place with the automotive industry, which is very supportive. I've got a letter here from GM that is supportive of this effort. So I don't think it's usurping the sort of partnership role that private industry can play in developing this. I think it's a perfect example of a partnership, a private-public partnership that we can help to provide resources to that can jump us forward significantly and get these safety measures put in place.
I understand that. I just have trouble with the government money going into it if it's something that would happen anyway. But I appreciate your amendment. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Generally yields back her time. Mr. Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I oppose the amendment. There are a number of reasons, but there are two primary reasons. Number one, taken to its logical conclusion, what this amendment means is that the federal government preempts states, which have historically been the regulatory authority for drinking laws and ages and things of that sort. Number two, it would mean, again, if you're going to totally implement this, every time anybody tries to use their automotive vehicle, they have to pass a drug test. And I think that is extreme overkill for a problem that affects such a small, although admittedly a significant portion of the population. And I guess the third reason to oppose it, the people that most would benefit from this are going to be creative enough to bypass the device. I've read stories of people that are required by court order to have this device in their vehicle, and they have found ways to circumvent it and been involved in accidents while they were intoxicated. So you're going to put something into place that inconveniences, to just put it in the mildest possible terms, every American, and the people that would most likely benefit will find a way to get around. Now, I understand this is just a study and all of that, but I mean, I'm just going to the next step where you would try to implement this, and you'd have to, if you're going to implement it, you're going to have to require it on every car. It's just another big brotherism where the federal government knows better than everybody else, and we're going to take care of people no matter what. I'd be happy to yield to the chairman.
Well, we have this agency to figure out ways to make cars safer, and they work with the industry, and they get ideas, and then they can set a standard. And the industry likes that. They want a standard applied for all the cars. So I think it's useful to have this federal agency. Now,
I'm not opposing the federal agency.
No, but let me finish. So now we want within this agency to also have them look at, have a clear focus on trying to prevent people driving while intoxicated.
And I'm not opposed to that.
And they can figure out a way, technology to do that. They could work with the auto industry and look at present technology, but develop future technology. And if you oppose this amendment, you're opposing them being able to develop that technology. Now, your argument,
no, that's not true, Mr.
Well, your argument is what happens once they develop a standard.
If reclaiming my time, if industry wants to independently invest in this technology and try to make it an option on cars for their potential customers to purchase, there's nothing that prohibits that, and I would encourage that. If that's a private initiative and it's directed by a concern by the different manufacturers to provide this as an option on vehicles. Again, this amendment does not mandate, but it does mandate the study, it does mandate the expenditure of the money. It is definitely a step on the slippery slope. And I still believe in the Constitution, I still believe in the 10th Amendment, I still believe in the private rights, and I don't see that this enhances that in any way. It certainly smacks to me, Mr. Chairman, of we know better than the people, we know better than the market, we know better than the states. We are willing to wait a while and spend this money, but when the time is right and the study says what we want it to say, then we're going to come back and mandate this.
Will the gentleman yield to me for a second?
Well, sure. It's your amendment.
I appreciate it. First of all, I mean, you yourself said this is just a study, so we're not, in terms of this preemption idea, nothing's being mandated here. We're nowhere in the realm of any kind of preemption associated with this amendment. Secondly, use the word overkill, which is a jarring phrase because this entire amendment and the establishment of this research effort and the advocacy around it is all premised on recognizing that we're losing almost 12,000 people a year to drunk driving. In addition to that, the costs associated with alcohol-related crashes in the United States has been estimated at about $115 billion per year. And I would point to those kinds of statistics for anyone who's concerned about the cost or the investment of public dollars in this kind of partnership. When you look at the relative benefits that can be realized if this research is successful. And once the technologies are established, there will then be a subsequent exercise of determining the standards and the application of this and what should be required and not required and so forth. But we'd be abdicating a responsibility on behalf of consumers and frankly the next generation if we didn't explore this technology. And that's all this does, and the resources that are asked for are designed to support that. I yield back.
Time has expired. Are we ready for the vote? All those in favor of the Sarbanes Amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The ayes have it, and the amendment's agreed to. You want a roll call?
I would.
Okay.
I think.
Well, let's call the roll.
Oh, no, I guess I don't. I'm looking at my troops, and they're saying I should accept the ruling of the chair, and I will.
Okay.
I know the ayes appeared to have it.
The ayes have it.
Yeah, the ayes did appear to have it. So you did rule correctly, Mr.
Then the amendment is adopted. We have two more amendments. Let's see if we can move quickly through that because I know members have other appointments, and I think even the hearings at 2. Mr. Rogers, you have another amendment, your last amendment?
I do have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman, and it is named 201 XML. According to the sheet.
Amendment to H.R. 5381, offered by Mr. Rogers. Strike Section 201 and redesignate the seceding
Chairman, I would
sections
move
and
the
conform the
amendment
table of
be considered
contents
read.
accordingly.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that the amendment be considered.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This strikes Section 201. What is striking to me about this bill is a huge expansion of the reach of the federal government into private, both business and personal information that is now required to be given to the government without cause. That's striking, and it's striking for this committee to take that attitude. What this does, and I think we've heard another amendment that unfortunately didn't pass on protecting private information, seeks to remedy this problem of requiring that private business information automatically be required to be given to NHTSA. And by the way, all of that information is then FOIable. So you've opened the door. I mean, trial lawyers love this. This is a trial lawyer's dream come true. You're going to have to re-regulate certain aspects of current regulation that prohibits this kind of information from being used in this way. The court has upheld the fact that this is private, confidential, proprietary business information and shouldn't be used in this way. And what we're doing in the law is trying to circumvent that so that anybody who decides they want to have a fishing expedition for a legal venture and chasing of the cash can go and request this information and get into the details of that it is private, proprietary business information for no other reason than they have the right to FOIA it from the government. This is really a very dangerous precedent. And I would hope that we can come to the conclusion that we have to stop allowing the federal government to get access to private business and private individual information. And trust me, in my old business as an FBI guy, it's weighted toward the government already. If they want the information, they have plenty of ways to get it. Through administrative subpoenas, through direct subpoenas. I mean, the government, believe me, the government would be all right. If they need the information, they'll find a way to get it. But you know what? They have to go to a judge or a jury and convince them that it's the right thing to do. What you've done in this bill is say, nope, the federal government is always right, and they should have this private and personal information. It's unprecedented, and I argue it is dangerous. And this simply says we need to stop it. Again, this has already been litigated. These rules and regulations have already been upheld. This is a way to go around it for the very defendants who didn't like the judge's ruling. This committee ought not to be a part and parcel of it, and I would urge the committee's approval of the amendment.
Gentlemen, yield to me?
Yes, sir.
Just to express my disagreement with you on this amendment, with all due respect, I think that what you're repealing is something that's already in the law. It was adopted by this committee in the TREAD Act, and this information can give an early warning about a problem to the public. I think that we ought to have as much transparency as possible, so I would oppose the amendment.
Yeah, I would reclaim my time again, Mr. Chairman. You're going to bombard NHTSA with information that it cannot possibly get through. They have a pretty important function, and their job is to make cars and automobiles safer on the road. Perfect. Let's let them do that. This really doesn't have anything to do with making a car safer. It is about folks on the outside trying to get proprietary information from businesses, period. That's what this is about.
Gentlemen, yield. What this does is keeps from the public the data regarding crashes and defects, and the whole idea of this activity by NHTSA is they find out the problem and people can understand what's going on, and they ought to have that information.
And I would yield back. And
gentleman yields back his time. Are we ready for the vote? All those in favor of the Rogers Amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. Next amendment. Mr. Scalise, you have an amendment at the desk?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman.
Without objection, that amendment will be considered as read, and gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The amendment that I bring forward strikes Section 301 of the bill, which in the bill, that is the tax on new cars, which will cost American families an average of $150 million a year in new taxes if it were to be implemented. I've got a letter I'd like to submit for the record from the Alliance of Automobile Manufacturers, the American International Automobile Dealers Association, the National Automobile Dealers Association, and the National Association of Minority Automobile Dealers, all in support of this amendment, and I would ask unanimous consent to insert.
Without objection, those letters will be made part of the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you look at the bill as a whole, the budget of the NHTSA division that we have jurisdiction over will double under the bill, and then you look at this tax that I'm trying to eliminate, and ironically, it's a tax on the purchase only of new cars. So in essence, it's a disincentive to buy the cars with more safety standards and more fuel efficiency, because the new tax only applies to new cars. So if there's a car with less safety standards and lower fuel emission standards, then the tax doesn't apply to them. But then if you look at what the tax will do, and according to the automobile industry, based on average sales, by year 3, this tax would account for about $135 million in new taxes on new cars that would, of course, be paid for by families out there in this country. And then another key component of this tax is that it automatically increases every year. It's automatically indexed to inflation, so it continues to rise every year and become larger. So over 10 years, it's going to average out to be more than $150 million a year in new taxes on American families. Now, if you look at what American families are saying across the country right now, American families are fed up with the spending here in Washington. They're fed up with all the new taxes, and they're tightening their belts. But they're looking to Washington and say, why aren't you tightening your belts too, and why aren't you focusing on the things that most Americans want us to be focusing on, and that's jobs, jobs, jobs. And instead, all they're seeing from the people that are running this Congress are more taxes and more spending. In fact, the health care bill alone adds another $500 billion in new taxes. So what my amendment does is it puts the brakes on the new taxes in this bill and, in essence, prevents $150 million a year in new taxes from being assessed on American families when they go and buy a new car. So that's what the amendment does.
Gentleman, yield.
Adoption. Yes.
To respectfully disagree. I know we have difference of opinion on this. I would prefer that we funded all of these agencies that adequately with taxpayers' dollars, but we have found in a number of areas that we've had to use modest user fees in order to direct the money to the agency. This is a fee that would be imposed on each car that's purchased of the first year $3, the second year $6, and it would then go to $9. I cannot believe that if people had an understanding that $3 of the purchase price of a $30,000 car is going to go to the efforts to do safety standards, investigations, and enforcement, and data collection that will make them safer on the road. I think people would say that's a good expenditure. I know that we disagree on it, and I just must respectfully say I oppose your amendment.
Well, thank you for reclaiming my time respectfully. I would not only disagree, but I would point out that maybe only in Washington, $150 million a year in new taxes might not seem like a burden. But if you consider the fact that the American people right now own some of these car companies, if you just look at GM alone, I know they're running advertising, which is, I guess, partially funded by their taxpayer bailout, which I did not support, but the American taxpayer owns over $40 billion primarily in stock in GM alone. And so $150 million a year additional tax on the purchase of a new car is not going to be an incentive for people to go buy new cars. In fact, it's going to be a disincentive because we're talking about $150 million a year in new taxes to double the funding of an agency who says that they're doing just fine. They're not even asking for their budget to be doubled, and the bill increases spending to such dramatic levels that it doubles their funding, all under not only this tax, but under $150 million a year tax on American families who go buy a new car. Stop the spending and stop the taxing. Let's go focus on jobs. So please adopt the amendment, and I'll go back.
If the gentleman would yield 30 seconds to me without objection, it would be extended 30 seconds. This is equivalent to buying a gallon of gas for your car, and I think people using that money to make sure their cars aren't going to run away when they're stepping on the brake and have other problems of safety, I think that this is a reasonable and not very onerous requirement.
All right, I'd just say $150 million here, $150 million there. Pretty soon we're going to be talking about real money. I yield back.
Mr. Rogers?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. I mean,
how much time do you want?
I'll start with 5 and see if I can wrap it up early. This is fundamental to the people.
You're entitled to 5, and you'll get what you're entitled to.
Thank you, sir. This is the fundamental difference, and I think Americans see it today. It's only $3. You're asking somebody, you're taking somebody's money when you say $3 or $6 or $9. And when they buy that car, they pay a sales tax on that car. They pay a 17-cent federal gas tax. You pay a state gas tax. You pay a tax on your driver's license. You pay a tax on your license plate. And it's when it started, it was, oh, don't worry about it. This is good for you. This is a user fee. You shouldn't be object to it. And you drive to work and you pay a toll in the tollway. You pay a state federal tax, income tax. You pay a federal income tax. Matter of fact, next week when the extenders don't get passed, we're going to bring back the marriage tax penalty. And believe me, my wife says it's penalty enough that she's married to me, let alone pay the federal government for the privilege. Where does it end? This is a huge problem because what starts at 3 ends up at 300 because it's for safety. We just passed another $8 million in spending just a few minutes ago because it's for a good cause, for a study. $40 million total for a study. Yesterday, in this committee, we said, my God, if we can't support this $5 billion of new spending, my gosh, we can't support anything. That's how we got to a $1.6 trillion deficit. And you're trying to do it a little bit at a time on the backs of average working Americans. It's wrong. This is a new tax on everybody that is struggling right now to pay their light bill, that's struggling to make their mortgage payment. And you know what? Someday, I hate to say it, they might even like to buy a new car one day. That would be great, wouldn't it? But every time you put a hurdle into buying a car, that means somebody can't do it. Every $1,000 of total cost means you take out something like 100,000 people when you're talking about financing for a new car. So you just add up all the taxes I just talked about, how many Americans can't buy a new car. It's wrong. And so this isn't just about $3 on a car. This is about the general philosophy of we're going to spend a lot more money, we don't care if you're hurting, and if we can find a way to tax you that sounds really good, chuck me up. That's what you're doing. And it's dangerous to the long-term financial health of the United States. It's dangerous if you're a small business employer trying to build parts that actually go on cars. By the way, in the last couple of years, almost 40% of all job losses are small businesses. 40%. People are dying out there. And so if we're not upset about adding more taxes for people to do things, then shame on us. Because people aren't making it. So we can keep talking about, well, if you're a rotten person, you don't want to spend money on this, or you're a rotten person, you don't want to spend on this. Oh, and by the way, this is just a little bit more tax increase. We're in trouble. We are in serious trouble. This country is in trouble. And this continual march around don't worry about it, we'll take care of it later, is dangerous. And this is more than about $3 or $6 or $9, Mr. Chairman. It is about the future generations of the middle class in this country. And every time you do something like this, you jeopardize the size and scope and success of the folks who are working hard to stay in the middle class or working hard to get in the middle class. You're not affecting rich people with this stuff. You're affecting real, honest-to-goodness Americans who are trying to make this thing go, and it is wrong. We ought not call it anything other than that. So we can spend more money tomorrow, we can spend more money next week, and we can add a few more taxes here, and you can you can raise taxes with the suspension of these tax bills here coming up next week, and think everything is going to be okay. But I'm telling you, real people are hurting. So I hope that you all have the courage to stand up and say, enough is enough, all of us. It's bigger than $3. It's the future of the financial health of the average family in America in this country as we move forward. I yield back my time.
Gentlemen, yield to me the balance of your time?
Yes, sir, I will yield the balance.
Well, I thank you. I just know that we can have differences of opinion, different judgments. That doesn't make you right and me wrong. I think we have to have a little bit more humility. And let's remember we have huge deficits, not because the auto manufacturers might have to pay equivalent of $3 for a car, which they may or may not even pass on to the consumer. We have a huge deficit because we didn't pay for tax cuts for the wealthy in our society, which I'm
going to reclaim my time. Sir, that's just simply not true. You know, when the Democrats took over, the deficit was $168 billion. Today it is $1.6 trillion. The year before that 168, it was 270. It was actually coming down. You took over the chamber, and that next year it went up to about $400 billion, and it's only been going up since.
Gentleman's
so if
time
we're going to
has
argue
expired.
facts, let's argue facts.
Gentleman's time has expired. The chair recognizes himself for 2 minutes. I just have to express some sense that when the Bush administration came into power, they inherited a balanced budget, and that balanced budget was put into the largest deficit we've ever had during the 8 years when the Bush administration urged Congress, and the Republicans of the Congress for the most part, including some Democrats, voted for tax breaks for the upper income people, and they didn't pay for it. And then we were forced with 2 wars, and we didn't come up with money to pay for it. We decided we would just borrow money. So I find it a little troubling when the gentleman talks about the future of Western civilization dependent on whether there's a $3 amount of equivalent of $3 additional for a car, which the consumer may or may not even be asked to pay for, probably will be, and we don't put in perspective this huge deficit that we have because of these other areas of large expenditures that were not paid for. So I just I know that it's a strong political argument, and maybe you were right in voting the way you did, and I was wrong. But let's don't make this the future of Western civilization. Let's don't make this into a bigger issue than it is. This is a proposal that we disagree about, which would give resources for the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration to do its job, just as we've given resources for FDA with a user fee on the drug companies. Now, maybe it's not exactly the same as a user fee, but it's private spending to help government do its job.
Mr. Chairman?
Are we ready for the question?
I just want one
Yes,
minute.
gentlemen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Usually I don't jump in these things. First, I've got a Toyota plant right outside of San Antonio. We're incredibly proud of having them there and the work that they do. Auto dealers, I can't begin to tell you what they mean to our economy and how valued they are. But I also know that they're responsible individuals and businesses. Is this such an unreasonable request to be made? If you listen to the other side, we should just require us to meet our responsibility, and somehow we just don't pay for it. I think the chairman already pointed out what the good old days used to look like. The other side is constantly reminding us how bad things are today, but they never tell you how we got here. During the Bush administration, for all that is said and done on the other side, there was zero net job creation. Zero. We didn't gain any jobs. Whatever was created was offset by those that we lost. Middle-income households made less when adjusted for inflation than they did in 1999. During the Bush years, record budget deficits, record trade deficits, and record national debt.
The gentleman's time has expired. Do you want an additional minute?
Yes, sir, I sure do.
Without objection.
There was a 59% surge in government spending during the Bush years. The share of public debt that is owed to foreign nationals rose from 31% to 46%. Between the years 2002 and 2008, the wealthiest 10% of households in this country saw more than 95% of the gain in income, while the average working family's weekly wages went up $11 a week. Those are not the good old days. Don't remind us about the good old days. They weren't so good for a majority of the Americans. What we're trying to do here is meet the responsibility that the federal government has to make sure that American families, when they buy a car, is a safe product. And it seems reasonable that the manufacturer and those that utilize the product, in one or another, assist in making sure that the product is safe. That's all we're asking for. If you want to elevate every one of these arguments to a huge national debate, getting ready for November, do so. We'll be here all day and we'll engage you. But there's one thing that you will not have in your favor: the facts, the figures, and history. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. Mr. Barton?
I strike the requisite number of words in support of the Scalise amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
I want to ask the council a question. The user fee that theoretically, euphemistically called user fee, what purpose is it used for under the legislation? What specific purpose?
The purpose is to carry out vehicle safety programs of the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration.
Cover out what?
Apologies. The vehicle safety programs of the National Highway Traffic Safety.
Vehicle safety programs. Could the council enlighten me what those vehicle safety programs are that are not currently being funded, that this user fee would fund?
Sure. Most of the vehicle safety programs are within Chapter 301 of Title 49.
And those aren't receiving funding right now?
They are receiving funding, yes.
They are receiving funding. So what's this user fee for? What program that's not currently being funded would be funded because we passed this user fee?
Gentleman, yield to me.
Sure.
I think the argument is that they're underfunded. They haven't.
Oh, they're underfunded. That's different, Mr. Chairman. We authorize NHTSA, and the Appropriation Committee funds NHTSA. They may underfund the authorization, but they do fund it. The user fees that have been referred to at FDA, which some of us supported, were for specific purposes that were not being funded at the time by the FDA.
Gentlemen, yield to me. That is not correct. The Food and Drug Administration had the authority to approve drugs, the safety and the efficacy.
Reclaiming my time, we were specifically told, Mr. Chairman, we were specifically told that the FDA would use those for specific purposes. Now, that's a fact. This is not a user fee, except that you call it a user fee. This is just a supplemental to fund the general programs at the NHTSA. That's all it is. Now, it may be okay on the majority side. you know, you got the industry on its knees, let's kick them in the groin. Okay, that may be the purpose. But don't be under any illusion. This is a tax on the industry. It may be a small tax, but it's a tax. Now, I'm not under any illusions. I know the majority is going to oppose the Scalise amendment. You know, but at least let's admit what it is. This is just a general supplemental for the general safety programs at NHTSA, which I would assume every program at NHTSA is a safety program. That's the whole purpose of the National Highway Safety Transportation Agency. So, you know, it is philosophical. You want to put more money into NHTSA and you want to do it this way, fine. But at least admit that it is a tax on the automotive industry, the automobile manufacturing industry to do so. So I support it.
Gentlemen,
yeah, I'd be happy to do it, Chairman.
I just think that people understand that we've had a real crisis with Toyota where people were trying to stop the cars. We found that the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration didn't even have people who are expert in the electronics and the new ways that cars are being designed. This is a bill to give them more authority, to give them more responsibility, to protect the public safety in driving automobiles. It's a good bill. We worked hard on this bill. And if we don't fund it adequately, then I don't think the agency is going to be able to do all it needs to do to make it work. I think we have a fundamental disagreement, and I respect that, but I just think that we ought to recognize this is a bill. If it didn't have this provision in it, I think you would probably support. I don't want to speak for you.
Well, if it's still my time, there was a point in the negotiations I could have supported reauthorization of NHTSA. That's a fair statement. By and large, not totally, but by and large, the Republicans have been frozen out of these negotiations with the adoption of the Braley Amendment, with the rejection of the Blunt Amendment. I think this is a very bad bill. I mean, I think it is a terrible bill. I think it is a punitive bill on the automotive industry in America. I think it is going to negatively impact the manufacturing capability. Now, you know, I don't guess it matters to some of you whether we make cars in America or not. Somebody's going to import them, and we're going to still buy automobiles. But if you think this bill helps the automotive industry, if you think this gets the automotive industry back on its feet, I've got a bridge in Brooklyn that I don't own that I'll be happy to sell you. What's coming out of this committee today is not good. It's debatable whether it's good for safety, but it's certainly not good for the automotive industry in America, in my opinion.
Gentleman's time has expired. Let's proceed to the question. Who's seeking recognition?
I am, Mr. Chairman. Strike last word.
I would like us to proceed to the vote. Would the gentleman be willing to take a minute or two?
I'll take my 5, but I will try. I mean, I'm not trying to filibuster this, but I will take.
I'm going to yield the gentleman 2 minutes. I hope he can complete his statement.
Mr. Chairman, no,
and then I'm going to proceed to the previous
I'd ask
question.
to strike the last word and claim my 5. I will try, Mr. Chairman, but I'm not going to be bullied on it.
I'm not going to bully you. You're entitled to 5 minutes. I'm going to recognize you for 5 minutes. If you can do it in less time, for those of us who've been here all day, we would certainly appreciate it, but you're entitled to your 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple things. I agree with my colleague from Texas, Mr. Gonzalez, and that's why we're in the minority. We did overstretch our bounds, and we paid the consequences. The second thing is, listen to what we've done here in the committee in just 2 weeks. We work well when we authorize and then we allow people to appropriate. What this amendment is doing, saying we're going to raise taxes. Yesterday we spent money. 2 weeks ago we fought the authorization fight and the appropriation fight. When we do the job that we're supposed to do as a committee, the committee works. When we authorize and we force appropriators to spend, that's the way the system works. When we do what we did yesterday, we're all on the hook. For those who voted, and you can defend it, you voted for $5 billion in new spending. That was your vote yesterday. Now, if you don't support this amendment, you're voting for a tax increase, which is a Ways and Means issue. If NHTSA needs more money, raise the authorization and go to the appropriators. Can't you understand why there's frustration on this side? In 2 weeks, we've had double speak 3 different ways on what we do in this committee. We authorize. We look at the committees, we find out what their needs are, and we say, this is what we authorize. Then we go to the appropriators. Yesterday we were the appropriators yesterday. Now we're the revenue raisers. And and I'll end with this, and Mr. Chairman, if you look, I'm keeping it short. There's a great phrase, when you worry about the pennies, you don't have to be worried about the dollars. So don't tell me that a $3 tax is not important. But if you don't support this amendment, you're voting for a tax increase. I yield back.
We'll now proceed to a vote on the pending amendment. All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed.
Chairman, on that, I'd like the yeas and nays.
Let's call the roll.
Mr. Waxman. Mr. Waxman.
No.
Mr. Waxman, no. Mr. Dingell. Mr. Dingell votes no. Mr. Markey. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo votes no. Mr. Stupak. Mr. Stupak, no. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel, no. Mr. Green. Mr. Green, no. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette, no. Mrs. Capps. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, no. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky, no. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, no. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, no. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Ross. Mr. Wiener. Mr. Wiener, no. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, no. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, no. Mr. Melanson. Ms. Melanson, no. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow, no. Mr. Hill. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, no. Mrs. Christensen. Mrs. Christensen, no. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Sarbanes, no. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Excuse me. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Space. Mr. Space passes. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney, aye. Ms. Sutton. Ms. Sutton, no. Mr. Braley. Mr. Braley, no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton, aye. Mr. Hall. Mr. Upton. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, aye. Mr. Shattuck? Mr. Shattuck, aye. Mr. Blunt? Mr. Boyer? Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Radonovich, aye. Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts, aye. Ms. Bonomack? Ms. Bonomack, aye. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, aye. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, aye. Mrs. Myrick? Mrs. Myrick, aye. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania? Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, aye. Ms. Blackburn? Ms. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Gifford? Mr. Griffith? Aye. Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta, aye. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Boucher votes no. Mr. Rush? Mr. Rush votes. You voted no, correct? I'll fix it. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Upton, aye. Mrs. Capps? Mrs. Capps votes no. Mr. Hill? Mr. Hill votes no.
Have all members responded to the call of the roll?
Mr. Space? Mr. Space is off passing on no. Aye, I'm sorry. Aye. Apologize.
And we have a couple of other members here.
Ms. Castor? Ms. Castor votes no.
Any other member wish to be recognized or changes his or her vote? If not, the clerk will tally the vote and announce it. Clerk will announce the vote.
Mr. Chairman, on that vote, the yeas were 20 and the nays were 29.
20 ayes, 29 noes. The amendment's not agreed to. Mr. Barton, you have the last amendment? Gentlemen?
Well, I have my last amendment, and I think it's the last amendment on our side, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
It deals with civil penalties. I think it's entitled Penalty 005.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Let me just be very brief, Mr. Chairman. Current law, the civil penalties is $5,000, I think, per vehicle and up to a $16 million cap. The pending bill raises that to $50,000 per vehicle and a $200 million cap. The amendment that I have offered just now would increase the per vehicle penalty to $15,000 a vehicle and the cap to $50 million. So we would go from $16 million to $50 million in the overall cap, go from $5,000 to $15,000 in the per vehicle, and So it's it's higher than current law, but not as high as what's in the committee or in the bill that's before us. I think it's a fair compromise and would encourage its adoption.
Gentleman, yield to me.
Be happy to yield.
I understand what the gentleman is suggesting, but I disagree with him. I think the civil penalties shouldn't be capped at an amount that's so low that it becomes just an easy way of doing business to pay the penalty. And when you look at some of these corporations, it's a drop in the bucket. If they bring in billions of dollars in profits in a single year, and you have a cap as low as you've suggested. We've discussed, Mr. Dingell and I, particularly different alternative that we reached an agreement on. It's a maximum penalty of $200 million. I think in some cases it may be appropriate that it's not a requirement that it be that amount, but if it's appropriate to be that amount, we should give the agency the ability to go that high, and certainly no higher than that. So I must oppose your amendment.
Well, reclaiming my time, I respect that opposition. I would say when you say it's a drop in the bucket, given that of the three domestic automobile manufacturers, I don't think last year any of them made a profit. $50 million is the bucket. $200 million would be 3 or 4 buckets. So I guess the beauty's in the eye of the beholder, but I think, and I understand that your position with Mr. Dingell, that you think y'all have made a compromise. I just think it's excessive and would hope the committee would agree with me. I want to yield 2 minutes to such time as he may consume to Mr. Rogers of Michigan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to point out that there are about 30,000 parts in the car that are manufactured by small businesses. It's about 4,000 of them. They employ about 700,000 people. There are about 2 million jobs associated with those small businesses. And $50 million, you know, we hate Toyota today, and I'm sure we'll hate someone else tomorrow. But that has a huge impact. $50 million is devastating. So every time, what we want to do is punish them. And I'll tell you right now, there are billions of dollars of lawsuits lined up against Toyota. That's called motivation, right, to get it right. So our job isn't to be the ones that put them out of business and tell them that they're so wrong that we're not going to allow you to make money anymore and employ people anymore. It's to make a mark and set a fine that is reasonable to the violation. I think this amendment is very reasonable to the violation. The government's job isn't to hate the company so much you want to put them out of business. So when you talk about these 4,000 small businesses building auto parts, they're subject to this. That's a $50 million, maybe more than they've made in the last 10 years. If you see the margins in some of these auto part manufacturers, it is scary small, scary small. This thing is huge and devastating. So let's not base this solely on the fact that we're mad at Toyota today. We need to base it on the fairness of all the people who are employed in this industry and who are trying to get it right and meet the standards. And if they're wrong, we should punish them. But again, we shouldn't put them out of business. I think this is the right tone for us. It's a serious amount of money. It gets the message across, and it doesn't run the risk of, as I said, putting 700,000 people out of work.
Mr. Chairman, I support the Barton Amendment and ask for its support and yield back.
The vote now comes on the Barton Amendment. All those in favor of the Barton Amendment say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the amendment's not agreed to. If there are no other amendments, we will proceed to a vote on a motion to report ordered this bill, H.R. 5381, as amended. And let's proceed to a roll call vote. This is to report the bill out.
Mr. Waxman.
Aye.
Mr. Waxman, aye. Mr. Dingell. Mr. Markey. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush, aye. Mr. Stupak. I'm sorry, Ms. Eshoo. Ms. Eshoo, aye. Mr. Stupak. Mr. Stupak. Aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel, aye. Mr. Green. Ms. DeGette. Ms. DeGette votes aye. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, aye. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Schakowsky. Ms. Schakowsky, aye. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Inslee. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ross. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner, aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Butterfield, aye. Mr. Melanson. Mr. Melanson, aye. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow, aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill votes aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, aye. Mrs. Christensen. Mrs. Christensen, aye. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Space. Mr. Space, aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney, aye. Ms. Sutton. Ms. Sutton, aye. Mr. Braley. Mr. Welch. Oh, sorry. Mr. Braley? Mr. Braley votes aye. Mr. Welch? Mr. Welch votes aye. Mr. Barton? Mr. Barton, no. Mr. Hall? Mr. Upton? Mr. Upton, no. Mr. Stearns? Mr. Stearns, no. Mr. Whitfield? Mr. Whitfield, no. Mr. Shimkus? Mr. Shimkus, no. Mr. Shattuck? Mr. Shattuck, no. Mr. Blunt? Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Boyer? Mr. Boyer, no. Mr. Radonovich? Mr. Pitts? Mr. Pitts, no. Ms. Bonomack? Ms. Bonomack, no. Mr. Terry? Mr. Terry, no. Mr. Rogers? Mr. Rogers, no. Ms. Myrick? Ms. Myrick? Ms. Myrick, no. Mr. Sullivan? Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania? Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Burgess? Mr. Burgess, no. Ms. Blackburn? Ms. Blackburn, no. Mr. Gingrey? Mr. Gingrey, no. Mr. Scalise? Mr. Scalise, no. Mr. Griffith? Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Latta? Mr. Latta, no. Mr. Boucher? Mr. Boucher, aye. Mr. Dingle? Mr. Dingle votes aye. Mr. Sarbanes? Mr. Sarbanes, aye. Ms. Castor? Mrs. Castor, aye. Mr. Green? Mr. Green votes aye. Mr. Markey? Mr. Markey, aye.
Has every member voted?
Can I vote more than once?
No. Clerk will report the total.
Madam Chairman, on that vote, final passage, the yeas were 31, the nays were 21.
Yeas were 31, nays were 21. The amendment or the bill is adopted. Chair now calls up HR.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, the minority would ask that the rules of the committee be followed and given the minority the requisite number of days to file dissenting views on the bills the bill that just passed.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair now calls up HR 4805, the Formaldehyde Standards for Composite Wood Products Act. Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4805, a bill to amend the Toxic Substances Control Act to reduce the emissions of formaldehyde from composite wood products and for other purposes.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Chair will offer the First Amendment, Chairman's Amendment in the nature of the substitute. Clerk will report the title.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4805, offered by Ms. DeGette of Colorado. Strike all after the enacting
Without objection,
clause.
the amendment will be considered as read, and without objection, the amendment will be considered as base text for the purposes of amendment. The chair recognizes herself to explain the amendment in the nature of a substitute. This amendment in the nature...
Madam Chairwoman, the committee is not in order. I think you deserve to be heard.
Committee will come to order. Thank you, Mr. Barton. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes several changes to the legislation. There are 6 substantive changes in the amendment made as a result of weeks of negotiation by the chairman and the minority. First, the amendment incorporates a change suggested by Mr. Whitfield to eliminate explicit references within the bill to California law. In light of the concerns raised about referencing a state law and federal statute, the amendment deletes all references to California code or regulation and instead substitutes the content of such provisions. Second, the amendment directs the EPA to issue regulations that allow for the sale of older products based on the date of manufacture rather than the date of sale. This is a major shift in the legislation that ensures that retailers and others in the supply chain will have ample time to sell existing inventory after the new standards go into effect. Although the California law does not take a similar approach, the amendment was included to ensure that the new standards are workable for all businesses while still protecting consumers. Third, the amendment revises the process by which subsequent versions of the independent standards that are referenced in the bill may be adopted by the EPA. This change accommodates concerns expressed by the minority about the appropriate procedure for such updates. Fourth, the amendment strikes a reference to the California Air Resources Board in the bill's provisions on laminated products. I understand that the remaining concerns raised by the minority with respect to this section were withdrawn after discussion with the stakeholders. Fifth, the amendment extends the deadline for an initial report to Congress on implementation of the bill to address minority concerns about feasibility of the original deadline. And finally, the bill directs the EPA to issue regulations relating to exemption of products that contain only a very small amount of composite wood products. I'm pleased that this new provision addresses concerns raised by retailers and other businesses. In addition to the changes reflected in this amendment, I believe that we will be able today to accept an amendment offered by Mr. Gingrey regarding the deadline for regulatory action by the EPA. And I know we all appreciate Mr. Gingrey's willingness to work with us on that issue. As these changes demonstrate, we've worked extensively over the last 2 months to address the legitimate concerns raised by the minority and all of the stakeholders with respect to this bill. And on behalf of Mr. Waxman, Mr. Barton, I'd like to extend you, Mr. Whitfield, and everybody else thanks for your diligent work to reach agreement with us, and I'm hoping that we've been able to resolve so many of the issues raised. I hope that this progress and the near universal stakeholder support for this bill will cause us to pass the bill in a bipartisan way today. It's an important bill. It serves the twin goals that we all share of protecting American consumers while preserving American jobs. And I know the chairman also wishes to commend Representative Matt Suey for championing this measure and Chairman Rush for his work to move it forward. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I'd recognize Mr. Barton now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We appreciate the kind words. The manager's amendment and the nature of a substitute is an improvement over the bill that passed subcommittee. I do commend Ranking Member Whitfield for his hard work to improve the bill and the majority's willingness to accept some of the suggestions that Congressman Whitfield has promulgated. So I will admit that this is a better bill. Having said that, it has one glaring exception that is not in it, and that is federal preemption of state standards. I would argue that what's the point of passing a federal bill if you don't preempt states? And this, the manager's amendment does not do that. So at the appropriate time, I will offer an amendment to remedy that omission, and if I were to be successful, then I would support the bill. I don't anticipate being successful in my amendment being accepted, but in the never-ending hope that it is possible, I will offer the amendment. So I still oppose the bill before us, even with the improvements in the manager's amendment. But if we could accept the preemption amendment, then I would support it. With that, I yield back.
Are there further amendments to the amendment?
I have an amendment, and I think Mr. Gingrey has an amendment. Oh.
Chair, for what purposes Mr. Whitfield raised?
I just want to make a comment on Mr. Barton's.
Move to strike the last word. Gentleman's recognized.
I think our ranking member does have a valid point. I know we recently received a letter from the Hardwood, Plywood, and Veneer Association and others that they were very much concerned about the lack of federal preemption in this legislation. We're giving EPA authority here, and under their general authority, most of the things that they regulate are localized. But what we're talking about here are products in interstate commerce that are moving across state lines frequently, and there's nothing to prohibit a state from enacting a standard that may be more strict than this, and I think it would create significant problems for manufacturers of these products and those people who buy and sell them, and therefore I would just voice a strong support for the need of federal preemption.
Gentlelady from California.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say I support the manager's amendment because we can all agree that harmful formaldehyde emissions need to be addressed immediately. Formaldehyde emissions from composite wood are largely the result of cheap foreign products that enter the U.S. marketplace at much lower costs. These emissions have harmed far too many Americans, and their foreign sources have and continue to place our domestic manufacturing industries at a competitive disadvantage. The underlying bill would level the playing field for our domestic industries and protect the health of American consumers. I'm very pleased that since the last CTCP markup, more than 6 weeks ago, we have worked in a bipartisan, good faith manner to address 5 out of 6 amendments raised by Ranking Member Barton and Representatives Whitfield, Stearns, and Gingrey. In fact, this manager's amendment includes 4 out of the 6 amendments offered by my Republican colleagues during the initial markup. And it's also my understanding that my good friend Representative Gingrey will be offering a standalone amendment which originally intended to offer during the CTCP markup that would delay by an additional year the implementation of this legislation, and I support his amendment. Madam Chair, today we have a strong bipartisan bicameral bill that will boost our domestic manufacturing industry, create jobs, protect American consumers while making certain that faulty foreign wood products do not enter the U.S. market. This bill is strongly supported by a large number of industries, public health advocates, and environmental groups, and I urge my colleagues to support the manager's amendment and the underlying legislation. I yield back the balance of my time.
Does any other member seek recognition on the amendment? Seeing none, does any other member wish to offer amendment? Gentleman from Georgia. Gentleman's recognized. Clerk will report the title of the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Gingrey of Georgia.
Page 18, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, based on the comments made by both sides of the aisle during the opening statements for the markup, I believe there is consensus within the committee that something needs to be done to address formaldehyde emissions from wood products. Although H.R. 4805 was initially scheduled to be considered by Commerce, Trade, and Consumer Protection Subcommittee in March, it was pulled from the calendar and subsequently bypassed the subcommittee. During this time, it certainly appears that both Republican and Democrat staff have been working diligently to make improvements to this bill, and I'm happy to see that, based on what I've heard from the staff, that this amendment will be accepted by the majority. Indeed, the comments by the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Matsui. Madam Chair, my amendment addresses one of the biggest concerns I have with this legislation. This amendment deals with the implementation of the state standard adopted by the California Air Resources Board relating to wood products that went into effect January 1 of 2009. Currently in California, this regulation is still in phase 1, and it goes into full effect January 1, 2012. Madam Chair, H.R. 4805 takes effect on that very day, and I fear that if we simply codify this state regulation on the federal level, once it has been fully phased in, we could leave ourselves with the same unintended consequences that were created through the Consumer Protection Safety Improvement Act. Although that bill was targeted at large foreign toy makers, we have seen the problems that cookie-cutter style reform has caused for small businesses here in the United States. I just ask all of my colleagues, keep the work of the last Congress in mind as we address the issue of formaldehyde emissions. Madam Chair, this is why I've offered a common sense amendment. It would simply move the date that this legislation goes into effect by 1 year, from January 1, 2012 to January 1, 2013. This extra time will allow us to monitor the effectiveness of the California regulation for 1 year once it's fully phased in before we apply that standard at the federal level. I believe that it's critically important that we take every precaution necessary to prevent the unnecessary exposure to formaldehyde emissions. But at the same time, much like the CPSIA, I would hate to see us act in a manner that would not take the proverbial sledgehammer to hit a nail. So, Madam Chair, I want to ensure that we do not act in a hasty manner. I appreciate Ms. Matsui, the author of H.R. 4805, and you for being willing to accept the amendment. I hope that we continue to exercise the appropriate amount of caution when enacting any legislation that addresses formaldehyde emissions in wood products. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Will the gentleman yield?
I'll be happy to yield to the chair.
I'd like to thank the gentleman for his amendment, and I appreciate his concern about workability. Of course, we all share the goal of setting realistic and feasible timelines, but at the same time, it's important to move quickly on this issue, since American consumers and American jobs will continue to be at risk until there's a federal standard in place. So I think, as the gentleman's indicated, we'll be able to accept this amendment, but I also think it's important that the EPA act as quickly as possible to address this issue. So for that reason, we'd like to include language in the committee's report on this bill urging EPA to act as quickly as possible. And Representative Gingrich, I understand that you're open to that language. Would that be the case?
Well, reclaiming, if I have any time left, Madam Chair, absolutely, that is the case. And as you point out, it's the striking of that balance, that fine balance is so important here. And I thank you, and we will work together on that issue.
Thank you, Mr. Gingrich. Given that amendment agreement, we would be able to accept this amendment, and I want to thank the gentleman for his willingness to work together on this issue. And if the gentleman will yield back, we can take the vote. Okay, the gentleman yields back. In that case, we will now come to a vote on the Gingrich amendment. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to. Chair recognizes Mr. Barton for an additional amendment.
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report the title.
Amendment to H.R. 4805, offered by Mr. Barton of Texas, page 14, after line 9.
Without objection, the amendment will be considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yeah, it won't take 5 minutes. This is pretty straightforward. I've already spoken about this earlier in talking about the manager's amendment. We're passing a federal law that sets a standard for formaldehyde in wood products, but we are not preempting states from passing different standards. That's extremely unusual for this committee to do such a thing. One could argue logically that you either shouldn't pass any bill, or if you pass a bill that sets a federal...
Will the gentleman suspend for one moment? I believe the clerk is passing out the incorrect amendment.
It sure does look like it. I agree with you.
Which amendment?
I want the federal preemption amendment. That's not what this is.
Looks like it's it's
005.
005
instead of 011. I will commend the chairwoman for actually reading my amendment, or at least reading the title of it. Yeah, that's more than I did. I just assumed we had the right amendment.
I'm going to remember that for future reference.
Yeah, no, that's right. Yeah, it's...
All right, the gentleman is recognized on behalf of, or in favor of 005 has...
Yeah, we do have the correct amendment, and it simply puts in a federal preemption standard so that the standard that this bill sets would be the standard, and the states could not change such a standard. They could petition the appropriate federal agencies to change the standard, but it would be a federal issue, not a state issue. So I would urge the committee to support the amendment.
Chair will recognize herself in opposition to the amendment. What this amendment would do would be to block states from setting any standards different from those in the bill. And there are really two issues here. The first one is ideology, and the second one is practical reality. As a matter of ideology, it's no surprise that the minority wants to see a preemption in the bill. But there are important reasons why, as a matter of good public policy, we should not preempt the states. In my view, federal health and safety standards should be a floor and not a ceiling. So states should be free to set stronger standards if they think that those standards are necessary to protect their citizens. This ability goes to the core of states' rights, and it's an important principle to protect. In this case, however, the whole debate about preemption is purely theoretical because, as a matter of practical reality, there's virtually no chance that a state will find it necessary to go beyond the federal standard. At the legislative hearing on this bill, we heard clear statements from the regulated industry. Quote, "The typical reasons for desiring preemption do not necessarily apply here, and so we do not think it's essential." Tom Julia, president of the Composite Panel Association, went on to say, in contrast to what the minority is now suggesting, that preemption is not necessary to give the market certainty in this area. In fact, he said just the opposite, that enacting this bill will not only help ensure that other states are not tempted to initiate a rule of their own, and will ensure the certainty that all stakeholders look for in a regulatory outcome. And having sort of set the stage, I'll now yield to the gentlelady from California to discuss this amendment even further.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do oppose the ranking member's amendment. I believe it's important to note that H.R. 4805 was developed in an open and inclusive manner with input and support by the following industries and stakeholders without preemption included: the American Forest and Paper Association, the Engineered Wood Association, the Composite Panel Association, Hardwood Plywood Veneer Association, American Home Furnishings Association, Business and Institutional Furniture Manufacturers Association, Kitchen Cabinet Manufacturers Association, the Sierra Club, United Steelworkers of America, the American Public Health Association, and others. I'd like to call the committee's attention to this coalition's letter that includes all of the industries and stakeholders that I've just mentioned, including the Hardwood Plywood Veneer Association, that clearly states its support for this legislation without preemption. Additionally, we have a letter which was just released last evening from one of the largest member companies of the Hardwood Plywood and Veneer Association, Roseburg, who is also one of the nation's largest hardwood plywood manufacturers, explicitly urging support for this bill, as is without preemption included. Madam Chair, I ask for unanimous consent that both these letters be allowed to enter into the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
The Senate version of this bill was unanimously approved in a bipartisan manner without any preemption provision by the Senate Environment and Public Works Committee. The Senate companion has 10 Republican and 9 Democratic co-sponsors. H.R. 4805 would establish nationwide emission standards for formaldehyde in composite wood products, the toughest standards in the world. Additional state or local activity in this area is highly unlikely. There would be tremendous disincentive for any state regulatory body to go through the expense and burden of rulemaking or legislative consideration if a strong federal regulation were in place, particularly at a time when states are strapped for money. The California process took an excess of 8 years and thousands of dollars in administrative costs. A number of parties in the administration, in the Senate, and among industry and advocacy groups have indicated that, as a matter of policy, they do not support preemption. Should the bill not be enacted, there will be a vacuum in the 49 states that do not have formaldehyde regulation. In this scenario, other states would have a strong incentive to adopt their own regulations, and they could be different and burdensome, and that would be serious. The affected industries are not concerned that states will preempt the federal law this bill intends to create, which would be the strongest in the world. In fact, during the hearing on this legislation, every witness who participated, including the industry witnesses, expressed their support for the bill without preemption and attested that it's highly unlikely the states would be inclined to take additional action if the federal government acted. H.R. 4805 promotes the nationwide adoption of one strong and consistent approach to formaldehyde regulation. Madam Chair, again, I urge my colleagues to oppose Mr. Barton's amendment, which would seriously undermine the intent of this legislation. I yield back.
Madam Chairman, may I?
Does the gentleman rise in opposite or in support of the Barton amendment?
Yes.
The gentleman's recognized.
I'd already made a comment about this earlier, but the gentlelady from California had referred to the Hardwood, Plywood, and Veneer Association, and they may be taking two positions on this issue, perhaps, but we did receive a letter yesterday from the Hardwood, Plywood, and Veneer Association in which they said they support federal preemption, and I know since the gentlelady gave a letter into the record, placed a letter in the record, I would like to place this statement in the record in which they say they support it.
Without objection, so ordered.
Would the gentleman yield if he's...
Yes, yes.
Just to make a brief comment on Congresswoman Matsui's comments when she said these groups supported this bill without preemption. That's a true statement, but every group would also support it with preemption. In fact, if you ask their preference, I think, would be that it have a federal preemption standard. She's right that it wasn't a mandatory requirement in their support, but I believe I'm right in saying that if it did, they would be as supportive, and they would, in most cases, prefer federal preemption. Thank you for yielding.
Does any other member seek recognition? The vote will now occur on the Barton amendment. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any additional amendments to H.R. 4805? Seeing none, the vote will now occur on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
No.
The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Chair will now move to report H.R. 4805 as amended with the recommendation that the bill pass. All in favor of H.R. 4805 will signify by saying aye. Opposed, no.
No. No.
The chair will call for a roll call vote. The clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Waxman. Mr. Dingle. Mr. Dingle, aye. Mr. Markey. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Pallone. Mr. Gordon. Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo. Mr. Stupak. Mr. Stupak, aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Green. Ms. Daggett. Ms. Daggett votes aye. Mrs. Capps. Mrs. Capps, aye. Mr. Doyle. Mr. Doyle, aye. Ms. Harmon. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, aye. Mr. Inslee. Mr. Inslee, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Ross. Mr. Ross, aye. Mr. Weiner. Mr. Weiner, aye. Mr. Matheson. Mr. Matheson, aye. Mr. Butterfield. Mr. Melanson. Mr. Melanson, aye. Mr. Barrow. Mr. Barrow, aye. Mr. Hill. Mr. Hill, aye. Ms. Matsui. Ms. Matsui, aye. Mrs. Christensen. Ms. Castor. Mr. Sarbanes. Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Space. Mr. Space, aye. Mr. McNerney. Mr. McNerney, aye. Ms. Sutton. Ms. Sutton, aye. Mr. Braley. Mr. Braley, aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Barton. Mr. Barton. No. Mr. Hall. Mr. Upton. Mr. Stearns. Mr. Whitfield. Mr. Whitfield, aye. Mr. Shimkus. Mr. Shimkus, no. I'm sorry, did I say aye for Mr. Whitfield? If I said aye for Mr. Whitfield, I meant no, correct? Mr. Whitfield, you're voting aye? Thank you. I didn't correct that. Mr. Shattuck. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Boyer. Ms. Radonovich. Mr. Pitts. Mr. Pitts, no. Ms. Bonomack. Mr. Terry. Mr. Rogers. Mrs. Myrick. Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess, no. Ms. Blackburn. Ms. Blackburn, no. Mr. Gingrey. Mr. Gingrey, aye. Mr. Scalise. Mr. Scalise, aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Griffith, no. Mr. Latta. Mr. Latta, no. Okay. Mr. Boucher. Mr. Boucher votes aye. Mr. Engel. Mr. Engel, aye. Mr. Rush. Mr. Rush votes aye. Mr. Green. Mr. Green, aye. Mr. Hall. Mr. Hall votes no.
Has every member voted?
I'm sorry, Mr. Stearns. Mr. Stearns votes no. Okay.
Has every member voted no?
Mr. Murphy of Pennsylvania. Mr. Murphy votes no.
Clerk will report the tally.
Did you call him? Did you get reports? Did Ralph get reports?
Clerk will report the tally.
Madam Chairman, on that vote, final passage, the yeas were 27, the nays were 10.
27 to 10, the bill is passed. And the chair calls up H.R. 4451, the Collinsville Renewable Energy Promotion Act. Clerk will report the title.
H.R. 4451, a bill to reinstate and transfer certain electric licenses and extend the deadline.
Without objection, the bill is considered as read and open to amendment at any point. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk in the nature of a substitute.
Clerk will report the title.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 4451 offered by Mr. Murphy of Connecticut. Strike all after the
Without
enactment
objection,
clause
the
and
amendment
insert
will
the following.
considered as read, and the gentleman is recognized in support of his amendment for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank the Chair, Chairman Waxman, Ranking Member Barton, as well as the Chairman and Ranking Member of the subcommittee for helping bring this legislation before us today. This legislation presents the residents of Connecticut's Farmington Valley with an innovative opportunity to take two small existing but inoperative hydroelectric dams and repower them to provide clean, renewable, and locally produced energy for hundreds of local homeowners. Though the factories that were once powered by these dams have gone silent, the Collinsville dams remain an untapped resource in the midst of the Farmington River, waiting decades to be returned to the purposes that they were first constructed. The Collinsville dams present a unique case, thus the need for this legislation. First, these are two very small but existing and inactive dams. They haven't been running for a very long time, but the guts are still there. Second, you have a town, the town of Canton, and in coordination with surrounding towns and the state DEP, are interested in rehabbing them and using them for locally municipally produced power. And third, we have a set of recently expired licenses on the dams that present an opportunity for reauthorization and expedited approval. The town of Canton has begun the process of formally reapplying for the new licenses from FERC, but the legislation before us provides a simpler and far more effective way to accomplish our goals of putting these dams back online by giving FERC the permissive ability to review and reinstate a set of terminated licenses. We can move this important project forward while also safeguarding the integrity of the FERC licensing process. This legislation was drafted in cooperation with FERC and with all the state and local stakeholders, the governor, the three affected towns, the local watershed organization, the local wild and scenic study committee. They've all endorsed the legislation. The state legislature in Connecticut has passed a law providing the town of Canton with the ability to operate these state-owned dams. In some, the support for this bill among affected stakeholders is both bipartisan and unanimous. Connecticut's got amongst the highest electricity rates in the continental United States, and well, we're all looking for a national comprehensive energy solution. These are the types of local projects which represent a real opportunity to bring clean, locally produced renewable power online. I'm grateful for the committee's time today, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there further comments on the amendment in the nature of substitute?
Madam Chairwoman, the minority has looked at the amendment or the bill, and we support it.
Any other comments on the bill? Okay, the vote will now occur on the amendment in the nature of the substitute by Mr. Murphy. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The amendment is agreed to. Chair will now make a motion to order reported H.R. 4451, the Collinsville Renewable Energy Protection Act, as amended, with a recommendation that the bill pass. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Bill is adopted. Chair will ask unanimous consent that the staff be allowed to make technical and conforming changes in the measures considered at this business meeting. Without objection, so ordered. The meeting is adjourned.